Welcome back, everybody, to the Risen Draft Summer League on Fridays. I am your host, Willie, and I am joined by my two casters for today, Zyduk and Zazikel. And we will be hosting and casting these finals featuring, on one side, the legendary Criterical. I'm pretty sure I'm saying that right. The Criterical sunrage team, and on the other side, the Dragoons. Now, TLCST has had a pretty much a monster run through this tournament. They are nearly undefeated going into this finals. They have had only one loss throughout the entire season here. Meanwhile, for the other side, Dragoons, a very different story. They came in same number of wins as losses, a very low seed in the playoffs here, but they have fought all the way through, and now they find themselves standing at the final hurdle. So that two very different teams, very different paths to get here. TLCST got a bye in the first week, in fact, of playoffs, but now they're here. And to talk about these two teams, it I want to highlight just a few players on either side. Last week, we did see Gosha in the jungle role play a very, very heavy impact on his team. He carried pretty hard last week. I'm not gonna lie. He was picking some interesting champions too. I think a different champion every game. I think there were 4 games and different champion every single game. So he's got a pretty wide champion pool. So we're gonna see what he decides to do in the jungle there. Always a lot of options when you're jungling. You could go anywhere on the map. You can pick which lane to play off of. You can choose when to do objectives. So it's always very scary when you're up against a good jungler because they can take the game in their hands and sort of make it what they want to. Now on the other side, Dragoons, I'm expecting to see a Wild Terry in the top lane pick some heavy, hard-hitting carry champions, maybe some split pushing champions. We did see last time on when they were on our stream. It was a few weeks ago, if anyone remembers. But he was solo killing his laner. He was really putting in the work, and he was making that split pushing with the Olaf. I think we saw him pick a gangplank once. That's one of my favorite champions. But him as well. He's also got a fairly wide champion pool. So both teams, I think, are going to be sort of aware of that. Dragoons is going to go heavy on the top side, and I think TLCST is going to go for a weak side sort of tank top laner and try and play more around their bot lane. But we're going to see what they decide to do as we are heading right into the draft now. Take it away.
Yeah, it's gonna be this Kindred banned away. I feel like I see the Kindred Graves be banned away every game in this draft league. Like I knew they were strong, but I didn't know if they were I didn't know they were that strong.
Kindred is my permaban right now. Just not like okay. Don't get me wrong. Kindred is I would say a top 5 jungler on this patch.
Yeah.
There are more powerful junglers, I'd say. I think Echo is super broken right now. He was in a good spot and got buffed, which made no sense to me. But I just think the fact that Kindred can snowball if the marks fall her way, and as a jungler myself, I don't want to have to adjust my pathing based on what a Kindred could potentially accomplish. So because of those reasons, Kindred, just get that out of there. I do not want to see it. But we've seen 4 jungle bans so far, as we can see more carry-oriented bans for the side of Dragoons, while TLCST taking out 3 utility tank junglers. So really trying to limit the options of Dragoon's jungler here.
Yeah, I mean, I think after quite an amazing performance from Team Crit's jungler there, they're feeling quite confident that if they can get a skill matchup, they can get something that can out duel and they can out tempo, outpace, and then make the most on the map. So they're trying to ban away some of these tankier options that will infinitely scale with their utility. So they're just trying to take those away. And it's going to be a Tristana picked up. It's a little bit of a flex. She got nerfed on this patch. I'm just
even so, I still think Tristana is still in a really good place.
I mean,
the flex power that she provides
because what they did was they gave her the they gave her more armor and they took away some of her base health and magic resistance and try to make her a little weaker in the mid lane against some of those AP champs, a little stronger in the bot lane position. But her core gameplay wasn't really touched all too much. She still has that insane solo kill power in the mid lane. She's still got that wave clear that she can provide, and it's going to be Lissandra and Rakan picks up for the side of Team Crit here. Lissandra is just a solid matchup into this Tristana, to be honest. Has the ability to stay alive, not get solo killed, and then continue shoving in the waves, especially with her Q buffs that she received a couple of patches ago. And Rakan, just one of the strongest engaged spots on the patch, although can be countered quite easily. Because I wouldn't mind even seeing them pick up something like a Nautilus here, then play a Nautilus Tristana lane, or pick up Nautilus and an AD carry, or the Rel here.
Rel still I think one of the best supports. I'm shocked that they were able to get these 2 high priority picks for the side of Dragoons, as they picked up both the Tristana and the Rel. Honestly, I'd say if they just flex that Tristana down towards the bot lane, I feel like that's a very, very good lane into their Rakan. Obviously, we have not seen. Maybe they're looking towards Azaya here for the side of TLCST, but As of right now, I'm really liking Dragoons draft, picking up two high priority picks. And as we predicted, it is an Ornn, the weak side top lane, as we expected. Ornn providing so much utility for his team.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I think I don't mind the Xayah pickup here from Team Crit, Team TLCSD, whatever you want to call them.
That's gonna
I
be a
don't.
mouthful in game. I'm
Yeah,
realizing.
yeah. Last week we were just calling them Team Crit. I don't mind a Xayah pickup. I think maybe the lane can be a little difficult. Tristana role, especially pre-6, can be difficult. But it is going to be the Gwen picked up, on the side of Team Crit. Well, actually, no. It's we were saying it was Team Crit with the weaker top laner here. So they have the weaker top laner into the map. The lower ranked top laner is on the Gwen on the carry pick there, and the high rank player is on the Ornn there. So
Oh,
that's an interesting dynamic.
yes, my mistake. A Wild Terry is in fact on
On
Team Crit. So
yeah.
no, wait, no, I don't think so.
Wait.
Yeah, no,
Do you not? Am I
you're
wrong?
100% right. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Crit. A Wild Terry is going to be the one piloting that Ornn. So
Are they scared of the Olaf jungle, or are they scared of the Ornn mids? Banning away
yeah,
the
who
Olaf.
knows?
I
I
I
don't
mean,
think it's an Ornn mid. I would
uh,
be
yeah.
I would
It's
be a
just
little shocked. It could also be
Mhm.
maybe they're thinking this is Rel. Actually,
it
I
could
don't know. Maybe they
it
are
could
scared of
be
an Ornn mid because these top lane bans are a little bit
yeah.
curious now that we see that an Ornn and a Gwen have been picked up.
I'm just gonna have just a quick little look, just scan over to see if I can see any Ornn mid. I don't see anything,
Or
but
maybe they're trying to psych out the other team. Be like, let's ban Olaf and Fiora. They won't know
Yeah.
what's happening.
I mean, I think it's quite weird because I think Olaf and Fiora into. Oh my god, it's Gwen jungle. It's 100% Gwen
Oh,
jungle because they played it last week. I didn't even think about it. I mean, it could not be Gwen jungle, but I'm pretty sure it's Gwen jungle.
I'm not
And
the biggest.
they're gonna pick up a top line tank here in the 5th slot, and it's gonna be the Zeri picks up. I think
I'm not the
this
biggest
is.
fan of Gwen Jungle. I have seen it happen, but
Mhm.
like, I don't know. I just feel like you don't. If your lanes have no setup, which
Yeah.
in Team Crit's defense they do have setup here, so
Mhm.
it can definitely work with Lysandra with the Rakan. But I feel like, especially for solo queue, just it's too
Yeah.
much of a loose variable to really pilot
Mhm.
effective. So I'm not the biggest fan of Gwen Jungle. I do love Gwen as a champion. I think she's a ton of fun. But okay, so it looks like on the other side we are getting a Syndra picked
It's
up.
gonna be.
Zeri was
It's gonna
the
be.
fourth lock in here for Team Crit, and
Mhm.
so far the responses is it's looking like Tristana is being thrown down towards that bot lane
Yep.
to be paired up with the Rel. Ornn will be thrown towards the top lane, which really confuses me as to what Team Crit's bans were looking like.
It's
And
gonna
looks
be a
like it's going to be
Poppy.
Poppy. Yep, Poppy locked in for the jungle.
I don't know if there's there's an opportunity for weird flexings. I would assume it's going to be the Poppy jungle role support on top, but Poppy and Rob could be swapped around if they really wanted to. Wouldn't quite advise it, but seen weirder things
I
happen.
mean, Poppy into a Zeri is not the worst I've ever
No,
seen, but
yeah, no,
I think
and
you're right.
it
I
can
think
stop the Rakan engage, but like. I just it's something in the back of my mind like this Gwen jungle. I like just telling me it could be, but no, yeah, it is going to be the
yep,
Gwen
it is
jungle
the
there.
Gwen Jungle.
And
Well spotted. So definitely a little curious, but I feel like this is kind of they've thrown down the gauntlet game one here,
Yep.
Team Crit. They're
Yeah.
like, we're throwing in the
Mhm.
Gwen Jungle. What do you have? What are you gonna do against it? And it's going to be
Yep.
very, very interesting if Team Dragoon will be
Mhm.
able to respond to this. They have a more standard, team fight oriented draft here.
Yep.
They have three tanks and two high damage dealers.
Mhm.
So it's really gonna be on how they engage, how they
Yep.
peel, how they play around their carries in order to make sure that they pilot this game
Mhm.
effectively. Whereas I think it's a bit more of a spicy draft here from Team Crit.
Yeah. Oh, I do think so. I think this Rakan has kind of gotten away slightly unpunished. I think you could pick something to try hurt this Rakan Zeri lane even more because into this role Tristana, when they get through a few levels, I feel like they're quite safe. Rather than if you try to pick like a Nautilus into it and pair that with the Tristana rather than the Rel. But this Rel is still incredibly strong. She provides incredible team fight capabilities and is still strong if they get caught in this early game. So I don't know. I just think maybe there was an opportunity to flex a run into the jungle and pick a Nautilus. But if they're not comfortable with that, obviously this is draft league. You would need to pick what you're comfortable with, right? And so if the jungler wasn't comfortable on Rao or the support wasn't comfortable on something like the Nautilus, that's understandable. But I think this Rakan Zeri has a lot safer lane than they possibly could have. And I think that can be a bit dangerous because we have seen what the AD carry on the side of Team Crit there in the bot lane could do. And honestly, I think if Team Crit get ahead like they were in their last games and they get this lead onto this Gwen here and she starts shredding through somebody's tank, some of the front line, I'm kind of favoring Team Crit in this draft here. I don't know.
I feel like we're really going to be focusing on bot lane here. We have the double tank top, Cassante and the Ornn. We're not really expecting the Poppy or the Gwen really to play towards that side. So I think whichever bot lane can really start to pop off in this early game will really dictate how the mid game goes and how the rest of the match will play out. But we have, a very exciting game one here. We are confirming some of these spots here. It is indeed Gwen jungle, Cassante in the top lane, and it is Poppy jungle and Syndra in the mid lane for the other side. So nothing too crazy. Someone in chat said maybe we get a Syndra Poppy bot lane, push them into the wall or something. But we are just getting, more of a what we expected here. But predictions. What are you thinking right now, draft wise? Obviously we've been seeing these two teams play all season long, but I just want to get who, in your opinion, won the draft here.
God, it's a really tough question. They've both come at it from very different angles. But I think if we're looking at like the pure draft, I'm saying these teams are equal. Who do I think is going to win this? I think probably I'd have it on Dragoons. I think Team Crit's comp is a lot harder to execute. But I think on the side of Team Crit, they've played around their strengths. Rather than on the side of Dragoons, they put their they put their top laner, their highest ranked player on this safe pick. But I assume it's what's been working for them throughout the season. But I still think I have Team Crit on this one. Going into game one, I think they got what they wanted out of draft. They didn't get punished too hard. So I think I like what Team Crit had done with their draft.
And it's not to say that a Wild Terry is obviously their highest ranked player, but that doesn't necessarily mean because he's on Ornn doesn't mean he won't be able to impact the game, right? Ornn can be a very, very instrumental form of engage, form of support for your team in the sense that like you're able to buff everybody in those ornaments. So I'm not saying, especially if you get some solo kills early on this Ornn, that can really start to snowball the game into your advantage. So obviously we are a bit surprised that he didn't pick a more dedicated carry, but I still think he will be able to impact the game in a very positive way if he pilots the Ornn correctly.
Yeah, who's draft you like better?
Oh, for me, I like the bravery of Team Crit, throwing in a bit of a non-meta jungle pick in the Gwen. They do have tons of setup in every single lane, which I think kind of accents what they want to accomplish here directly. It is much harder to execute. You have to engage with your Lissandra, followed up by your Rakan, Cassante, etc. And there isn't necessarily, if you use the Rakan for engage, there's not a lot of appeal for the Zeri. So I think it's a lot more difficult to execute. I do like it more, but if I had to pick a winning draft, I would say I would be leaning more towards Dragoons. Not knowing anything about any players or how good they are, I would say Dragoon has the better draft. That being said, we've seen what Team Crit has accomplished this season. I have a lot of confidence in them, and I'm excited to see what they come up with for this game.
Well, I think that is that's going to be during this draft days. I think we're about to go to a quick break whilst we're waiting for spectator delay, but don't wait, and we're about but just wait up, and we're about to get into game one of the finals of the Friday Draft League. So.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Game 1 of the finals. I am very excited for what we have in store here. We got Team Dragoon, Team Crit. Z-Duck, how you doing?
Yeah, it's
Psyduck, sorry.
Psyduck. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm excited. I'm ready. Just both teams lining up, both junglers getting their wards down. Just quite defensive wards. Watching for any cheeky little invades there, both picking up the sweeper. They're clearing to opposite lanes, so Gwen is trying to go towards this Ornn. I don't think it's the worst choice. I think you're trying to get a lead just directly onto yourself. But Poppy is going to be starting on her wolves there. She'll be pathing down, trying to impact this Tristana lane, which I think is obviously the correct choice.
Yeah, in my opinion, I think this is a bit of a misplay here from Gosha. Obviously, each team will have their own plans in place. They could just be there looking to play safe on the bot side. They don't want to influence the lane until later on.
Yeah.
Of course, we don't know what the plans are, but I just think in a general sense, this bot lane will be the main dictators of the match. So opting not to path towards that is a bit of a curious choice for me.
Yeah, well, the lane is just going to be shoved into this area. Rakan from now. They get a bit of a longer lead. No, they didn't give a leash at all in my zone. Yeah, so the wave is going to be shoving into the area. She's just going to be able to sit near her turret, maybe pull up a freeze. So I think maybe Gosha's looking to not interrupt that. That's the overall plan. I mean, there is going to be quite a lot of trading in this top lane, just proc and grasp on each other. Let's double test it first.
Yeah, that is true, but also maybe they're just looking to shut down the wild Terry.
Yeah.
Just because he is one of the higher ranked members on the side of Team Dragoon, so a bit. We will have to see if this will pay off in the long run. As we can see, both junglers now just wrapping up their third camps. Poppy a little bit slower as they did not get a leash, so definitely maybe they're also looking to impact the top side, and that's might be why they started Wolves. But
yeah, it could be a 3-camp into top angle, quite possibly. But I just want to mention, Legendary Banana is playing really well right now. As the wave was bouncing back, they obviously got the early level 2, and Legendary Banana noticed that. He pushed up, made sure that the level 1 buyers did a bit of trading.
Oh, Albino Sunbear is taking quite a bit of damage here. This lane has not gone his favor so far. Already has had to pop both of his potions. Meanwhile, down in bot lane, Legendary Bananas diving in. Lethal Lime, though, with a response of their own, looking to get onto this Legendary Banana. You may have flown too close to the sun. Flash forward. Ubis picks up the first kill. Crit, meanwhile, is looking to trade one back onto the Tristana. As of right now, Lethal Lime is also falling dangerously low. A flash forward, then Crit will take Lethal Lime out. Ubis now trying to run away, will be able to just barely scrape back towards his turret. So a 1-for-1 down in the bot lane, but first blood going over to Team Dragoon.
Yeah, and it's not going to be the AD carry falling, so they're just going to be able to catch this wave. Poppy's going to force out the Zeri there. Yeah, I mean, it was a bit of a wild engage there from Legendary Banana. Good counter engage from Lethal Lime, managing to find that kill back. But Crit realized that they had the HP. They were close to leveling up, started hitting the minions. Then level 3 to level 2, they just started to chew through those health bars.
Yeah, so we can see the 100 gold reflected in the gold graph there. Just the difference between the first blood gold.
Yep.
So also the fact that Ubis now was able to push the wave in, and Crit has not been able to back yet, so it means a bit of an advantage overall. I'd say still going to Team Dragoon. I think every summoner was used in that fight, so more than ever, I feel like these junglers really need to play around that bot lane. But now a Wild Terry finds himself in a spot that he does not want to be. He is facing off against 2 of the enemy team, but he has knocked up Gosha, and now Fangu is trying to do something, but the flash will just keep Ornn alive. So all in all, not in a ton of danger. Wild Terry able to patiently wait out that gank, does force his flash, but is able to get out alive.
Yeah, I think that gank was a bit misplayed waiting in that bush. Got knocked up, and when they were knocked up, there was not Ornn could just walk out, flash away, and there was no mana there on Fangu. Good opportunity, just a bit just not the greatest execution, I don't think. This is still gonna be fun. It's gonna give Asante the opportunity to farm this wave for free. So it's still a good gank, good angle there from Gosha. Just freeing up the Ornn lane a bit, as it did Cassante, as it was getting a bit bullied in the lane.
Yeah, but the only downside is Fangu now out of mana, and the fact that Ornn can just stay in lane for as long as he wants, if he has the health for it, is definitely going to be a bit rough here for Fangu, as he's just not going to be able to sustain as much as the Ornn is with that passive. But overall, not too bad. They do force out the summoner, so I'd say that was like an even gank, if anything.
Yeah, possibly. Getting a little CS lead. Balmy Cinders picked up both the top laners. Gold is pretty equal when they were recalling, so...
Wild Terry is a level down here, as meanwhile down in bot lane, Lethal Lime is trying to get the engage onto Legendary Banana, is able to just dash out of there. The Ignite is used, but they will not pursue that gank any that fight any further. Looks like just a free Ignite. Legendary Banana is chunked, but overall the summoner goes down on the side of Team Dragoon.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a bit nervous if it's just Dana doesn't get more of a lead, because then you'd only have the one AP threat there in the Syndra, and she does have a lot of true damage coming through this Syndra, but it's not but it might not be enough if they can just build up some MR, because this Tristana can fall off quite heavily if she does get this lead, and she is behind CS on the Zero right now, which is not the greatest. Does have I mean, not a gold spent lead, but I'd say the Ninkover might be better than the Zerka Greaves and the Dagger, because you kind of want some AD on Zeri there, but I don't know.
Yeah, maybe just looking to dodge. I would say if this was a skill shot ADC, it would make more sense to pick up the boots, just because, you know, looking to dodge some skill shots if you're like into an Ezreal or something, but there are no skill shots, I believe, on the side of Ubis, unless you count his W. Obviously, that is a skill shot and it can land, but other than that, you know, E is point and click, the Q is just an attack speed boost, so a bit of a curious to pick up the boots here. I agree that just maybe opting more for something else would have been better, but looks like he's stepping into the brush where he does not want to be. The exhaust goes down, and Ubis just immediately will take out Crit. Meanwhile, Legendary Banana is also dropping dangerously low. The heal comes through. It's a double kill going over to Ubis, and Team Dragoon picks up a huge double kill. But meanwhile, in the top lane, Wild Terry almost going down, but you cannot stand against an Ornn.
Yeah.
Voice cracked a little bit there. My
yeah, the alarm went off as well.
Got excited.
But yeah, no, that's good all-round Sudoku there in the top lane for Wild Terry. Really well played, just knowing the limits of the champion. We were maybe a bit curious, but they have suddenly shown the mechanical prowess can still come out on a pick like this Ornn. Really well played. And yeah, it's just a bit disrespecting. I don't know if they expected them to have based, but no, just they were hidden in a bush. They had no way to clear the vision. And yeah, good engage there by Lethal Lime, finding Crit, exhaust dropped, and there was not a lot they could do.
Oh no, the sweeper did not notice that Echoes of War is here. Yeah. The lane is pushed pretty far up, and now here he comes, the dash in from Ubis. The alt pop by Crit, but he will not get very far as the flash to follow will take him out yet again. That is the 4th kill picked up for the Tristana, and Team Dragoon is on top.
Yeah, I mentioned this. Tristana wanted to get ahead, and they managed to do so in the span of about 2 minutes. They are now incredibly far ahead.
Yeah, why would you say such a thing? That's
My bad. 100 gold lead there. There's some trading happening in the mid lane. Yeah, I mean,
Yes, looks like Swoogity is looking to get some poke back on Legendary Banana. What are you doing, my friend? You are not the ADC. You do not need to farm that wave. Looked like he was actually trying to freeze it there, perhaps so that Zeri could pick up the remnants, but that is a greed if I have ever seen it. Ubis now picks up his 5th kill. The Kraken Slayer is already complete. And this is such a good position here for the side of Team Dragoon.
yeah, cannot disrespect that Zeri being Tristana being 2 levels up, being the having the item completed. It's not something you can just like step up and try freeze a wave in front of. Drop the exhaust to try save them, but I think it's a bit of a waste there.
One of the upsets. Oh no, crit. Oh, okay, here they go yet again. Ubis now crit actually uses the flash this time. Does manage to buy a little bit more time and the trade back. So they will be able to shut down Ubis, but at the cost of their ADC. It's a double kill going over to the side of Team Crit. One of those kills is getting picked up by Albino Sunbear, so a little bit of gold now going on to one of their main carries. But at the end of the day, it's the 6th death for the bot lane, and Ubis is still immensely ahead of their counterpart here.
Can they transition this into a bit of a pick in the mid lane?
Oh, Swoogity now in a bit of trouble, but uses the flash, will be able to make his escape. But what I was going to say earlier is if you take a look at that jungle, obviously a huge lead for Gosha. Obviously Gwen a much faster clear with the multiple AoE abilities.
Yeah.
So definitely a farm lead there, but we'll have to see if Gosha actually, translates that into impacts at other opposite ends of the map, because as of right now, we can see Team Dragoon is firmly in the lead here.
Yeah, and I mean, as Gosha here, you can just sit and farm, but when it comes to it, at the end of the day, if your Cassante falls so far behind, your Gwen falls so far behind, you're gonna struggle to really have the backup.
Okay, looks like we're going for a tower dive here. Oh, but Ubis was taking tower damage. That is so whiffed here. Oh my goodness. And now Echoes of War will fall as well. That was an int if you have ever seen one. Ubis was the one taking the tower damage, and he will be the first one to fall. A double kill going over to Gosha, and all of a sudden this game is evened up yet again.
Yeah, so you need to just ignore anything we said over the past 6 minutes, because this game is equal.
This has been even the whole time. What are you talking about?
Yeah. So I don't know if we have any football fans, but it's just like your Sunday league game. You say it's still 0-0. Yeah.
I feel like that's one of those moments where you're like, oh, my team's up, like 3-0. This is really great. And then you check back 3 minutes later, it's like 4-4. Like, huh? What the hell happened?
Yeah. Well. They're going to transition this. That's a Shelly Crash as well. That's 175 gold on for the mid jungle pair of Team Crit. And there is still a big lead in the bot lane, however, which is nothing to snub your nose at. I don't know if that's the saying. Let's pretend it is.
I've not heard snub your nose at something, so...
Okay. Well, I don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to say. But yeah, no, there's still... big lead here, about 1,000 gold still. This item picked up as well.
I have to say, if Dragoon drops this game, they have to look at that botched tower dive and figure out what the heck went wrong. How was Ubis the one picking up that tower aggro? He is your main carry. He should not be pulling that tower aggro at all. And the fact that he was the first to fall meant it was ruined from the beginning. That is just such a tragedy here for a team that over the first 10 minutes of the game, we're not just ahead, but we're dominating the opponent.
Yeah. And see, I think this is going to be like, if this one was lost, obviously it's not lost, it's still quite equal. But if this does involve a loss for the Dragoons here, it can be very mentally difficult, because they've been playing really well. They've been laning excellently, but it's one mistake which completely threw the game. If it is this case, and that can really crush your mental. It's like we were playing really well, but then just one auto attack too early has kind of ruined it. So I would like to see them make an attempt to bring their mentals up, try continue these plays around the map, try get more gold onto this Tristana, get gold onto the Syndra. But yeah, we now have to look that this lead that happened in the jungle has just grown bigger and bigger. There's a full item pickup now for Gwen. Nash's 2 picked up, and the tier 2 boots. So she's now incredibly strong, especially in these scraps and these fights with this setup that's provided. So they need to find a way to shut her down and shut her down quickly, because if not, I think she's just gonna run around wherever she wants. So.
And into a 3-tank comp, Gwen is going to be very, very important. But who needs tanks when you could just delete the enemy mid laner? Down goes Swoogity, and that is going to be another kill picked up here for Team Crit.
Yeah, you're saying 3 tanks. Gwen is going to chew through this pop-in on no matter what stats they get. But I mean, I'm not too sure, but Gwen into Rel, how does this training, sorry? Do you have any idea how the matchup works?
The Gwen into Rel?
Yeah, like if Rel W's and she crashes down outside of the Gwen W, then she enters into the Gwen W.
I think as long as your character model is in the Gwen W, like it will affect. So because Rel does travel with her W, as long as she is inside the area, like inside the mist, I believe the knockup will still occur. I believe that's what that interaction is, but obviously we will see at some point in this game. I'm sure that interaction will make itself known.
This roundabout is still incredibly scary. That is the static.
Oh, okay, here we go. We have another fight in the bot lane. Ubis is forced to flash away. He is dropping dangerously low, but Lethal Lime will save his ADC. And here comes the Echoes of War, and Crit is taking tower aggro. ADCs, you are not supposed to tank the tower. Legendary Banana is also trying to run away, but it's the double kill picked up from Echoes of War.
Yeah, Crit is just going in there trying to get that one extra auto attack, trying to finish them off. Then Poppy pushed towards that turret. I mean, it's well seen by Poppy, seeing there was a bit of a scuffle going down whilst they were on their prog, so they ran straight into that bot lane there, using the W move speeds to get to lane quicker. Well played.
Meanwhile, we got a bit of a scrap here in the top lane. The Cassante ult has been procced, but that Wild Terry is a tanky boy. He is expecting the tower dive here. So he does get the ward down. Gosha is hovering, and now here he's all alone. The double knockup comes through. Gosha dropping dangerously low, but he is a Gwen. Gwen can heal. Echoes of War will be the first one to fall. Wild Terry's dropping dangerously low as well, and the shutdown will come over from Swoogity. Meanwhile, down in the bot lane, Crit finds himself without any help, without any towers, and he will go down as well. So it looks like a 2-for-1 so far, but they're not done. Albino Sunbear will get the kill onto Wild Terry, and the sweep from Swoogity will actually save the enemy mid laner. And at the end of the day, it looks like it's going to be a 2-for-2 at opposite ends of the map. And I'm sorry, it looks like we're not done either. It looks like they want more. Swoogity dropping low, and Fangu is tanking. Fangu will walk away, and Albino Sunbear, unstoppable on the Lissandra, will pick up the 3rd kill of that long exchange.
Yeah, this Lissandra is just completely massive now. Got a base, probably gonna pick up the Zhonya's there. Yeah, it's just gonna be its credit is like incredibly tanky, has quite a lot of damage. She's gonna be able to like sit in the middle of a team fight for like 5-10 seconds before she goes down with all this guard, which is gonna allow the Gwen, the Zeri, to start chewing through some of these health bars. Like, like you can say that maybe you don't have a lot of AP coming through from that mid laner, but she is just going to be sitting there. She's going to be an incredibly supportive pick. And honestly, I think if Lissandra being this ahead of the curve, you can say it's not the best. You would prefer your gold on someone else, but it's she's just gonna these stats, these items allow her to be so tanky, so supportive. She can just do things like this where she can robe down.
All right, looks like we're getting a bit of a play here.
Wait, Tristan.
Okay, Echoes of War is run into Albino Sunbear, but looks like they're opting just to walk away. The TP comes through a Wild Terry. We're going to try and stop the charge, but it is for naught, as Rift Herald will be able to get a decent chunk onto that bot lane tower. 5 members have rotated down, so Wild Terry, if he had continued walking forward, may have found himself in a bit of trouble here. But what I was going to say earlier was I am actually not a big fan of the Zeri picking up the early static Shiv, as I just think there's way too much magic damage now on the side of Team Crit, and just it'll be very easy for these tanks to itemize against that. As we can see, there are multiple Merc treads on the opposing side. I just feel, maybe obviously this area is far behind, so perhaps opting in for a more wave clear oriented build is the most critical thing for this team right now. But I just feel like they lack a lot of attack damage here with this comp that they built.
Yeah, could have maybe picked up the Ooh, it's
Oh, Lethal Lime, you're stepping a bit too close without any help. Lethal Lime does actually survive for a little bit longer. Meanwhile, oh, you cannot hop away from the Ice Witch as the ultimate comes through and will take out Ubis on that Ventriston. It's a double kill going back over to the side of Team Crit. And with the Dragon is not spawning. My mistake. I thought it was, but we actually is not spawning for another 3 minutes. So it's just a double kill picked up for Team Crit here.
Wait, so that title be Ice Witch?
I believe she's called the Ice Witch, is she not?
I don't know. I know she could be. I just never knew that.
Well, I mean, she uses ice. It makes sense. she freezes and down. Okay, I have to Google this now though. Lysandra. Lysandra the Ice Witch.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I know my League of Legends lore, guys. We're all good.
Yeah. I mean, as you were saying before that fight kicked off, yeah, I don't think I would have minded like the Kraken Slayer here on Zeri, but I think it's a classic thing for League of Legends players to be very stuck in their ways. And
looks like we have another fight here as Gosha, you can invade, but you cannot stop the onslaught of the enemy team as Echoes of War will pick up that kill. The jungler being a bit too greedy, trying to pick up that extra camp, and will pay dearly for it.
Yeah, I mean, just slight disrespect. Everyone was just coming out through the bot side, so Gosha thought they had a bit more time than they did, but it just could be found on that camp by the Poppy there.
Yeah,
slightly unfortunate, but...
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say they were getting punished for being a little too greedy.
Oh, a very, very deep TP, Albino Sunbear! Oopsie daisy, that was not the game plan as he TPs far behind the enemy lines and just gets absolutely popped like a balloon. That is a big shutdown now going back over to Team Dragoon.
Yeah, it was TPing on vision there, unfortunately.
He thought maybe with the control word he thought he'd be fine, but then Lethal Lime was just right there, so everyone saw it. Oh, that is a bit rough.
Very sad, very unfortunate. Trying to look for a deep flank, try to pick the Poppy out with the team running back through mid lane, but it's going to be found, it's going to be marked, and it's going to be taken down. And they're going to be respawning before Dragon though, and I think all ults will be up. There are a few crucial flashes missing on the Rel and Poppy here, which are crucial for the engage, but all flashes are up on the side of Team Criterical around this Dragon. It's going to be Infernal Soul, haven't really touched on it too much. But,
Infernal Soul, very, very important, so I feel like this next fight will be crucial, and it will be big. Yeah. The TP's coming in, both teams are ready. Let's kick off this fight.
Yeah.
As we can see, most teams are just trying to fight for vision right now. The Scuttle is spawned. Looks like that was going to be the first one, but now here we go. Looks like Swoogity is trying to get the pick onto Albino Sunbear, but he has that ult. He's going to stay safe for the meanwhile. Gosha onto the backline. Swoogity does not have that flash, will not have that life. Gosha will befall next. Meanwhile, the Ornhorn comes through. It's a double knockup, but the teams are both flying back and forth. Albino Sunbear will be the one falling, but Lethal Lime will fall in return. As of right now, it is a 2-for-2, but Terry finds himself in a spot he does not want to be in the middle of the entirety enemy team. Here comes Ubis. Will he be able to save this fight? Bangus will go down. It's a 3-for-3 so far. Ubis now will fall as well. Wild Terry tries to get the knockup, but he is all alone. It's a 4-for-3 so far. Oh my goodness, that was a chaotic fight. Very hard to cast there, my apologies, but a lot of action, and we are not quite done yet. A Wild Terry trying to poke the bear a little bit will have to run away. Meanwhile, the TP will come in, and Swoogity will try to save his top laner. Crit will fall. It's a shutdown going over to Swoogity on the Syndra, and it looks like they will try to pick up this dragon here. I need to take a breath. 1 second.
Yeah, no problem. Well played there from Wild Terry, delaying enough so Swoogity could get that TP in. But I think Gosha probably went a little too deep there on the back line, trying to find the picks. They found the one onto they found a kill on Syndra, but outside of some heroics from Crit and Legendary Banana, they're not too fed. They don't have too much damage. I don't think they had that Navori when they were on the map. So yeah, I think
it looks like they're actually opting to not go for this dragon here for the side of Team Crit. And it will be the second Infernal Dragon picked up here for Team Dragoon. Really trying to live up to their name here, but is this a Baron call? There's Vision. I don't think this is the smartest thing to do, but it is a Baron call here. Okay, they have started up the Baron. Crit has hopped over the wall, and they are burning it actually a lot faster than I would have expected, but here comes the response. Swoogity is not here. Will be a 4v5. Wild Terry tries to pop the Ornhorn, but it is for naught. It does not hit anyone important. Lethal Lime dives in. They try to push out the jungler, but they do not achieve that, and it's the Baron picked up here for the side of Team Crit. Meanwhile, the fight is still going on, but it is not going well. They get the Baron, they get the entirety of the enemy team, and it's a fight that is won for Team Crit.
Yeah, this Gwen is so fed. I underestimated this 2-item Gwen, but they were sitting in that pit for like 30 seconds on 2 HP, just auto-attacking and staying alive. It was absolutely crazy. Coach thought they could clean up the rest of the fight, but they really well played that. And I think the Baron call was quite good. They realized they had Zeri, Gwen. These are two champions that can chew through this Baron. They see Syndra on the bot lane, and they're like, if they even tried to engage, it would be a 4v5 anyway. I'm confident we can win this. Well played from Albino to try to keep them out of the pit for as long as possible on that Lissandra. Made sure the run engage couldn't come through. Delaying, and then yeah, they just managed to hit the Baron, pick it up, get the stats from it, and then just take over the fight. And then because the Syndra wasn't there, they didn't have that main source of damage. Tristana fell early. The fight was just won. It was really well played though.
Yeah, very, very well played. I think, yeah, I definitely underestimated how fast they would take that Baron, and just they were not able, Team Dragoon, they were not able to respond in any way. It's just, you know, Swoogity had used the TP to secure that dragon, so they were down on the bot side of the map with no help, and no way to get up to this fight, so already just arriving late to the fight, and already just arriving to the point where, like, his entire team was dead, just very, very macro-wise, very well executed, and definitely a call that has put them, you know, 5k gold in the lead here. Smart call overall, and it may have won them the game.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is something we have seen and we can expect to see from this team, from Team Crit. I believe I remember them making these Snapdragon calls before. Especially when they have champs, they've run double marksman comps sometimes. They run comps with junglers like Gwen that can like shred these barons incredibly quickly. And when they have comps like that, they do love this snap baron call when they see someone on the other side of the map and punishing that split thing. And yeah, it's just well executed. Fought well. Showing.
Yeah, we got a bit of but these boys are so tanky. I don't think they're gonna really be able to kill each other at this point of the game. Just on the back foot here, I feel, are the side of Team Dragoon, which is so tough if you consider just how well their early game went. Meanwhile, looks like Fangu has called in the boys for a little bit of help here as Wild Terry now finds himself against 3 of the enemy team. He is Ornn and will be able to walk away for now, but the rest of the squads have converged, and it looks like this is going to be the site of another big fight. Fangu now chunked out, and here comes Albino Snowbear. If you wanted a fight, you got one, but it's a losing one for Team Dragoon, as now 3 of them have fallen. The other 2 are insanely low. This looks like it might be the end of the game, as a Wild Terry is the last man standing, as he's seen his entire team fall before him, and he will soon join them. A quadra kill picked up for Crit, and it looks like game 1 might be going over if we get the wave. Looks like they might be going for the end here.
20-second death time, and says
20 seconds. Yeah, 100%. That is game 1 going over to Team Crit. That is a very well-deserved win, capitalizing on the mistakes from Team Dragoon. Game 1 will be going over to the red side.
Yeah, game 1 going to Team Crit there.
I need to learn how to say their full name. The legendary Criterical, One second.
Sunrage.
Sunrage team. There we are. All right, so they will take a lead here in this series. So well played to them. But I have to say, it did not look good for them in the beginning, and just a huge mistake there from Dragoons, just dropping the ball and that botched turret dive. I think that cost them the game because it was looking so good for them up until then.
I mean, it felt scrappy and it felt close until that snap barrel call, which was really well played. But you are saying it shouldn't never have been that close, right? It should have been It really felt like the Dragoons had a handle on things. They had a massive lead in their bot lane. Their top lane was solo killing, but then they pulled all their resources down to dive, and it was just a bit botched. And I don't know how that game goes if that isn't botched. Any thoughts, Willie?
Yeah, definitely. That was the turning point in the game. Up until that point, Dragoons was completely in the clear. It looked like they had just a solid lead and advantage, and they were going to do, whatever the heck that they wanted to do with that lead. And just unfortunately, a bit of a misplay in the bot lane. Now, I'll tell you what happened on that dive. What happened is before the dive began, Tristana threw her little bomb on the Zeri while her support and jungler were closing in on the enemy bot lane. The bomb exploded before anyone took any aggro. So that's how Ubis ended up dying there. Instead of waiting for his team to engage in, he tried to go for a little trade, and the timing of that bomb just completely ruined the entire dive. And even, I think even if that doesn't happen, it did look like TLCST were converging to counter the dive. I believe I even saw a teleport from their mid laner come in, which would have made it a 4v3. And what I noticed in this game, actually, especially after that point, where the lead bot lane was thrown and the teams were more even, TLCST's mid laner in particular was making very smart map rotations. He had very good movement. He went down a little bit of CS in the mid game, like 20 CS or so, but he was picking up kills and assists all over the place. He went bot lane to shut down Ubis a second time, actually. He saw his bot lane was going to lose another 2v2, and he made that move early, and that nice proactive play just sort of equalized things. And I think right now, TLCST's mid laner is just playing more intelligently. He's just getting more stuff done on the map. He's making more moves on the map. And because of him in particular, his team is able to get more aggressive positioning on the map. I'm not sure if you noticed, but their team was getting into the enemy jungle quite a bit. They were getting nice wards. Even that TP play where he TP'd, he got caught out for sure, right? That was definitely a misplay. But I think if he gets his Zhonya's off there and baits some of that CC out, his team is coming down the mid lane behind him. So that TP play, I think it was just a little bit of a mechanical error, and it actually could have worked out if he executed it properly. So right now, TLCST is definitely making the better macro plays. Again, we saw that Snap Baron call. I think we've seen it before in this tournament where they go for these quick jungle objectives. Dragoons is going to have to set up early vision when Barons are spawning. They are going to have to be aware of what kind of team TLCST is, because right now they are playing much more like a unit than Dragoons is. I feel like I see them moving together consistently. Now we're going to have to see if Dragoons switches up the game plan a little bit. Maybe has Terry pick one of those carries that he's known for and try to split up the other team here as we get into the draft for Game 2.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if there wasn't anything that felt too strong. Maybe they do want to look to ban away the Gwen or the Lissandra, but normally in Draft League you do look for similar bans every time teams have an idea of what they want to ban, what they don't want to play against, what they feel like is strong on the patch and against certain people. So you do often see this where
where it's the exact same bans.
Where the teams are banning the exact same thing.
And indeed, it is all three bans for each team have remained the exact same. game for the
Yep.
side of Team Crit, targeting the supportive champion
Mhm.
pool for Echoes, just looking to really limit the amount of tank junglers that he could pilot on.
Yeah.
Obviously, still picked one up in the Poppy
Mhm.
in last game, but looking to really limit his options here. So, out of curiosity, Dragoons opting in for red side here
Yeah.
instead of blue, as
Mhm.
when side selection, the more common one is to pick the blue side. So, what benefits do you think Dragoons are looking for, taking this red side here in game 2?
Well, I think Dragoons opted to pick their top laner up quite early last time. So they went towards one of those tanky picks. Now they can pick it up as the last pick of the game, so they can try to pick something that can counter. Because obviously everybody is aware of how volatile top lane is. So I think maybe they're thinking we're gonna pick red side. We're gonna make sure we can get a good counter matchup. And we're gonna really swing this around. And they were
Okay.
scared to blind a top laner last time. They were scared to blind to blind one of these carries, because even if there is a bit of a rank differential, if you get a top lane matchup which is completely unplayable, like your game can be over. You just have to go down 20 CS, and that's just the way it is. So maybe they're trying to opt around that, and it's going to be the Jarvan picked up.
Yeah.
I
So okay.
believe
So
this is been banned away against the jungler of Dragoons in most games. So I'd like to see if they can they can do something with it. This
yeah. So
Jarvan Tristana.
TLCST opting in for
Mhm.
Lissandra early on. It was
Yep.
very, very good for them in the last game.
Mhm.
Obviously, extremely well piloted, well played to them. But opting in for first pick here, that opens up the the Tristana and the J4 to come through. As you said, J4
Yep.
was a very highly prioritized pick for the side of DRG. Just
Mhm.
so a bit of a curiosity to see it go through in both of these drafts so far. But the Tristana, again, very well piloted early on
Yep.
by Ubis. If they do decide to send that back down towards the bot lane, again, the only mistake happening was he procced that E
Mhm.
early on that dive, which caused him to take turret aggro. But
Yeah.
they will respond to the Tristana again with the Zeri. So far, TLCST's draft looking the exact same as their last one. The same bans, same 3 picks, different order, but still very similar picks here overall. So
Mhm.
do you respond here with the Rel? Do you go opt in for something different here? Like, what's the plan here for Dracoons?
Yeah, and I'm still a big fan of Nautilus here. Always will be, especially paired up with this Tristana into the Khan matchup. It's just the old classic. Oh, there it is.
Ah,
Hey,
you did
Nautilus.
mention the Nautilus last time, so it will be
Yeah.
coming through here this time around into that recon. So,
Mhm.
okay, you were advocating for Nautilus in the
Yeah.
last draft. What benefits, just lay it out for us, what benefits
Mhm.
does Nautilus bring that Rel doesn't into this Zeri recon matchup?
Well, Zero Khan, both very mobile champions. They have good disengage. But you can't get away from Nautilus. He'll always find you. He'll track you down, and he will murder you. Which is what's good about him. When that lands on you, you can't get away from it. Which made him a very strong pick into Zeri, and into the Rakan. It's always been a matchup. You always like to pick hook champs into Rakan, because he's telegraphed where he's going when he tries to W and when he tries to engage. So you can pick a hook champ to stop his engage. Because there's obviously a delay before he knocks up, and if you can get the CC before that knock up comes in, that's why you like the Nautilus there. And it's gonna be some of these Bruiser junglers banned away by DRG. They don't want to let that Gwen go back over, and it's gonna be the Viego banned on the other side. And it
Exactly,
is the
like trying to limit
exact
the.
same
Yeah,
bans from
sorry,
Team
continue.
Crit. No, I'm
Yeah.
just gonna say it's the exact same bans. Yeah.
Yeah, so again, just trying to limit some of those options
Mhm.
that Gosha could play as a carry jungle into this more supportive J4, and obviously trying to limit Terry as much as possible, taking out these 2 heavy carry picks.
Ooh, Ziggs.
But Ziggs,
Bomba.
we got the APA special here, as DRG
Indeed.
will be picking up that Ziggs, can be flexed towards the bot lane, so really interchangeable between the Tristana and the Ziggs as of right now, but have to assume, Ubis did play very well on the Tristana. I am expecting that to pair very well with the Nautilus, so I'm not really expecting the Ziggs to go down there, as I feel like that's a bit of a disconnect between the support and
Look,
ADC in that context, but
I'm just
arguably could still happen.
I'm gonna get APA's Game of Legends up just to see who he's been picking Ziggs into.
Is it a good pick into Lissandra? We are not sure, but a bit of a curiosity here is I think we're getting Swain in the top lane.
Oh, yeah. I mean, someone played Swain top recently. Can't quite remember who it was. But yeah, I mean, it's a fun blind pick. Yeah, I think it's a bit curious. I think it's probably easily countered because I don't really think there's much against there's much saying Lissandra's not gonna go mid, but that is a Kha'Zix jungle.
I am not a fan of Kha'Zix, just as a general sense. I'm not a fan of Kha'Zix. Just
Oh,
I feel like in comp, it's really, really hard
Yeah.
to take advantage of his passive, as it's very difficult to catch out those isolated targets, as I feel like most people
Yeah.
will be smart and be like, hey, there's a Kha'Zix on the enemy team. Can you come
Mhm.
with me while I go ward? Which is obviously a lot easier to do in competitive than it is in solo
Yeah.
queue. So I am not a big fan of Kha'Zix coming through here for TLCST. Obviously, again, they proved me wrong last time with the Gwed jungle, so I want to give them the benefit of the doubt this time around. But the final pick of the draft will be the Kennen. So we're actually getting a range v range top lane here as Swain into Kennen. Definitely not a top lane match I have seen a lot of. So definitely going to be curious where this matchup goes.
I'm just gonna ask Willie quickly. I know you're the top lane main. Ever since Swain into Cannon, do you know how it goes?
I'm not a top lane main. I'm a jungle main.
No, Willie. I'm calling to Willie quickly.
Oh,
Just,
Willie. My bad.
Or Wiley. I don't even know.
Yeah,
How's this matchup go?
yeah, so I'm thinking if Kennen can really just jump onto the Swain before Swain has time to react, he can probably get a quick kill on him, especially if his jungler comes up to help. The thing is, if Swain gets his ult off before that and he's able to get his draining going, his healing going, then he can probably survive throughout that and just drain tank all the way up until Kennen is dead. It's a little bit of a weird matchup. I sort of understand that why he's picking the Kennen. Something like an Olaf or a Fiora especially would have been very, very good against the Swain top lane here. The
Both were
Fiora's
banned,
got a
yeah.
very
Both are
easy
bad, yeah,
time.
but
Yeah, the Fiora's got a very easy time parrying that little demon hand that he throws out. And the Olaf, you would just take Ghost and Ignite and run him down very easily. But that's why they banned those picks. So those very easy counter picks are not going to be able to pick up this game. So Kennen is sort of like the next best thing that he can do here. He's just trying to pick something to try and kill that laner. But also, Kennen is very good at getting those teleport flanks for his team. He's got a massive AoE ult, and if he's able to put it to good use in some of these team fights in the mid game, he can also carry his team that way without having to go for these sort of solo kills. And as far as Swain top goes, yes, we have seen it before. It was the same top laner. It's actually one of the favorite picks for TLC ST's top laner. I believe it's actually his most picked champion in Friday Draft League this season. And now that I'm looking at it, so yeah, it'll be interesting. I think personally, I would have preferred something that has a little bit easier time split pushing. Maybe the Jax or something like that. He can jump out of the Swain's ult and get away that way, but I'm not too sure. This is definitely a strange matchup. So there's different ways to go about it.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And I think that, team fight is the name of the game here for DRG. They have the Cannon with the AoE ult. They have Ziggs with the AoE ult. They have Jarvan with the AoE CC. They have Nautilus with the AoE CC. They have Tristana as an AoE champion. Like, I feel like the team fight potential here, if executed correctly, is is totally destructive for DRG. It's just a matter of if they can get onto those priority targets in the whoever is fed, if it's the Lissandra, if it's the Zeri, if they could get onto these targets and blow them up before the fight begins, I think this is such a winning draft here for DRG.
Yeah, I agree.
And they've also got very, very good wave clear, which is one thing I wanted to point out. So they've got to be quick with their wave clear and get to objectives all together as a team. And if they're sticking all together as a team and they're getting these big 5-on-5 fights, then I think that they'll be able to find some good fights and maybe make that into some winning objectives and win the game if they pull it off properly.
Yeah, and I mean, Also, one other thing to note is that Ziggs has such an easy time split pushing as well. There's just like so much they can do with their composition. I think it's so flexible. I think they've got such a good team fight. But if Team Crit get something similar to last game, where they managed to get a lead after a throw or something, or they managed to get one of their snap Baron calls, got some gold, gets onto this Kha'Zix, this Lissandra gets as far ahead as she did, has the ability to impact the map. I still could see their comp doing great things as well. I'm not sure how the top lane matchup's going to go, but with that Swain, Drain tank and the Lissandra, they don't really have a front line, but they have quite a bit of pseudo front line on the side of Team Crit.
I think they need to lean more in towards the pick potential of their comp. You know, they have the Kha'Zix, they have the Lissandra, they have the Rakan. Each of these are champions that are really going to be able to single out one target and blow it up before, you know, you get to the objective. And I think they really have to be on the lookout for that. So if DRG, you know, play this correctly, again, like I said, the reason why I don't like Kha'Zix in competitive is just you're going to say, hey, Nautilus, we need to go ward for, you know, Dragon that's coming up. Please come with me. It'll eliminate Kha'Zix as a champion, and we're going to be able to get this vision down, and they're not going to be able to pick any of us. So I think that's why I'm not a big fan of the Kha'Zix pick here. So again, we can see Gosha has been very good this series so far, so we can see if he's able to pilot this Kha'Zix effectively.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is all we're going to have for now. I think we're going to head to a quick break whilst the spectator alert's going on, but we'll be back very soon for Game 2.
Welcome back. We have game 2 between Team Dragoon and Team Crit. Team Crit did manage to pick up that win in game 1, but it was a bit of a shaky start for them. We will see if they are able to get a bit of a better start here, but we see an invade and Fangu. Oh no, that's a lot of the enemy team and already has to burn that flash, but I don't even think they noticed.
Maybe they did, maybe they didn't. I'd have to wind it back to have a look. But no, burning that flash out early, just gonna get the wall down. Fango's gonna have complete information. They're gonna know he's here at least. That it's warded. I assume they know it's flash, but no pings have come out.
No, yeah, no pings have come out, so I actually don't think they knew that Fangu even flashed. So they picked a subtle flash, but I don't know if they're gonna be able to really take advantage of that. And also a bit curious, Gosha just kind of stayed on his red buff, didn't try to get any wards and response on the other side. So I'd say a bit of a misstep here from the side of Team Crit, and already some early vision dished out here for the side of Team Dragoon, so already knowing where Gosha is starting. So far, Team Dragoon starting off on the right foot here.
Yeah, I mean, if I were Gosha here, I wouldn't mind a little 2-camp into invade here, because they know that they're going to start on the red side, and they're going to spot Jarvan in just a second as he walks onto the Raptors. What is he doing? Hey, he just clicked up to his Krugs.
Okay, I think he knows that his Raptors are warded, and he's trying to avoid that.
Yeah, must do. But yeah, I think it's
that's the only that's the only possible thing. Or he decided to take a good scenic look at the countryside. But meanwhile, down in bot lane, they have hit level 2, and that means go in when you're playing Tristana. The flash forward, the ignite is there. The last auto will be able to get that first blood going over to Team Dragoon as Legendary Banana will fall.
And this is another reason I like the Nautilus.
Yeah, and looks like we're...
Oh my god.
Flash is over, but hey, guess what? I also have a root on my auto attack, and Crit, you may have dodged the hook, but will you dodge death? No, you will not. Ubis picks up his second kill down in the bot lane.
Yeah, and I was going to say, this is a reason I like Nautilus a lot more. His hook is a lot more guaranteed than the running gauge. Has a lot more CC, more damage in this early lane as well, which can be good, especially into this Zero Khan lane. And as you saw, even if the initial engage misses, still have that follow up with the root on the auto attack there. So yeah, well played in using that level 2 advantage, like the level 2 advantage was used against them in the last game. Gonna pick up a level leader on the Shatana, get a good base off, pick up that Noon Quiver really early.
Yeah, already there.
Isn't gonna not be able to play the game anymore, basically.
Yeah, already picking up those advantages. Like we said, like last time, they played the early game insanely well on this Tristana. It was not the picks that were the issue. It was the fact that they botched their leads. So we need to make sure that the leads that they have acclaimed so far, already about 1,000 gold ahead, they need to make sure that they do not squander it.
Yeah, they need to be careful to not dive with the AD carry tanking. And as long as they don't do that, I feel like they should be fine. Zeri, a bit of a...
Lethal Lime kind of going in for a solo effort here as he's dropping now down to half health. But Ubis is here now to try and save his support. There's no flash on Crit. Looks like he is trying to still go for that Nautilus, but he's not going to be able to pick up the kill as of right now. Looks like they're down dangerously low. Crit gets hit by another hook, and he will go down for the second time this game. Legendary Banana now being chased by the Echoes of War. But that is not going to be enough to take out the Rakan. But another kill, another amazing start here for the side of Dragoon. You cannot lose it this time.
You know, I'm gonna say, Lethal Lime actually knew that was gonna happen, and that's why
the big brain play.
Yeah, that's why he went for the solo engage so early and went so down. He just he knew he could survive on that 1 HP. His jungle was gonna come down.
Ooh, we see Kha'Zix. We see Kha'Zix, a wild Terry. You're not Ornn, my friend. This is going to be very detrimental for you. You are isolated. You do have the flash. Will he be burning it here? No, he will not. Here comes the jump. They're finally the flash. But Gosha will now go down in the... Oh, Echoes of War drops as he's not able to get the knock-up on, and will have to retreat back under his tower. Will he actually fall here as it is a 2v1? The level up will keep Echoes alive. The TP comes through as well, and Gosha, after picking up that kill, will just walk away. A bit of a misplay there from Echoes of War, and they're not able to pick up the return kill.
Yeah, there is this insane 1k gold lead in bot lane, but it's kind of like it's kind of caught up there by, well, not completely, but there's a massive lead here in the jungle, right? There's 4 camp lead. There's a serrated Dark and 2 longswords picked up, which is an absurd first base for the Kha'Zix here. He's going to be so strong coming back onto this map as a middle engage.
We have another engage here, and the hook misses. Never mind. But I was getting excited for another fight, but the hook will go wide as... Oh, no, here we go. Ubis jumping in. Crit walking forward. What are you doing? That is a Nautilus, my friend. It looks like they were just playing for Albino Sunbear as the ult comes through. Ubis dropping dangerously low. It's not going to be enough to stop the Tristana as the ult from downtown as Swoogity picks up a kill and Albino Sunbear just has to walk away.
That's so unfortunate. Mana run out there on Albino Sunbear. Burnout will trying to on the front end of the play. That should have been a double kill. If Lissandra had the mana, it would have been a double kill there for Lissandra. There's not really a lot that they could have done, but just with no Q, that's no slow coming out there from Lissandra, and then they couldn't get the snowballing. If they managed to pick up 1 kill, would have led into the second with the ice. What do you call it? Ice clone. The reset coming through. The shards. I think they're called shards because they form champions and explode. So maybe.
And I know what you mean, though. I know what you mean.
Yeah.
But I want to say again, another great start from Team Dragoon. This is what they needed, but is it going to be enough? Meanwhile, they're diving in yet again. Echoes of War is here to try and protect Ubis. The dash in will not catch anybody on the knockup, but it does kind of leave Legendary Banana on their own. Crit will escape, but the support goes down. It's a 5th kill for Ubis.
Yeah,
this is exactly what they needed as a response in Game 2 here.
Yeah, there's now 6 deaths here on the bot lane yet again. It's going to be all the deaths in the game, though. Kha'Zix is still ahead, but he needs to be very, very ahead if he wants to try carry this game solo. And it also needs to be vision mistakes, but he's just going to be able to walk in. He's going to see the jungler on the bot side, get this kill, but it is... Let's just have a quick little look. Almost, it's 1.5k gold lead now for Ubis here on this Tristana. And they need to, it's the early Krakens, like 8 minutes has been picked up. They need to be careful not to throw this like they did in the last game.
No more tower dives. Just accept where you guys are at. Wild Terry now gets chunked almost immediately, but the stun will keep him alive. So you can see the Kha'Zix, trying to pick on these isolated targets is... I think you might have to sound the trumpets here. A Wild Terry. This might be your end. He is going to try and pop the ultimate to try and take out the wave. The Ziggs ult coming through will not be enough to save his top laner. It does mean, 3 of them have rotated up towards the top side, which means a free dragon should be going over to the side of Team Dragoon. But yet again, a Wild Terry is picked off here by Gosha. Yeah,
I mean, it was a good attempt, and I'm sure we've all seen that horror story, right, of people trying to dive a cannon when their HP is getting on the lower end, and then they just all get stunned up. The cannon manages to clear the wave and get a double kill. Fortunately, didn't happen here. That tower dive wasn't botched. Like some have been this series. But,
I want to say this in game 1. Each time there was there were 2 tower dives. Each time the ADC took aggro, and it cost them dearly. You guys can't be doing that. Oh, meanwhile, looks like we have another fight here. As Albino Sunbear, 2 levels up on Echoes of War means, hey, I'm just gonna get the heck out of here. Does manage to make his escape. Meanwhile, looks like Legendary Banana diving in. Ubis is now opting to leave because they do not know where that Kha'Zix is. Lethal Lime trying to stay alive. The flash will keep him alive a little bit, but not for long. Crit will be able to pick up that kill. And Ubis, the buffer will actually keep him alive, so Ubis will not drop that shutdown just yet, but Lethal Lime will go down, and finally we get a kill over onto Crit on the Zeri.
Yeah, I mean, that is going to go a little way to clawing this lead back. It's not going to be all too impactful. If Ubis fell there, it would have been a completely different story. They would have been able to get 2 plates here instead of just the one that they managed to pick up. But yeah, wait, they may be looking to try set up a dive. No, it's going to be pinged out. It's going to be sussed out on that control ward there. It's just going to hop over.
It would make sense. Echoes of War has really not been farming that much, but here we go. Lethal Lime already deleted. Looks like they're now going to look onto Ubis. The ult comes through for Legendary Banana, and now also the Rift Herald will be dropped as well. Echoes of War is in the area, might be able to save his ADC for now. Gosha is still hovering here, trying to look for an opportunity, but it looks like they're just going to opt to put more gold onto the Kazakhs and walk away.
Yeah, this Zeri's got about 1k in inventory, so we're going to see what they're going to base and pick up here, whether it's going to be the Kraken Slayer or the Static Shiv. I think the Static Shiv is maybe better this game, I don't know.
It's going to be difficult, yeah. I have to say, I've been watching Echoes of War. It really does not look like he prioritizes farm at all. You can see our only 45 CS here. He really, I think, just even when you're on these supportive tank junglers, like he's looking to support his team. Don't get me wrong, it's not like he's doing nothing, but I still feel like even on these supportive junglers, you're just gonna fall so far behind and just allow the Kazakhs to free reign on the map, and just it's not what you want as a jungler. So I really feel like Echoes of War needs to put a bit more emphasis onto this farming. As you can see, already 35 CS down, just not where you want to be as a jungler.
It's about 6 camps down now. It is looking, because the problem is this Tristana is really fed, and Echoes of War has had a bit to do with that, but like they only have 1 assist for themselves.
Oh, but here we go. We got another fight down here in the bot lane. Ubis dives in, maybe a bit too prematurely. It will be able to get out, and Lethal Lime dives back in, does pop the Ignite. Will that be enough to take out Crit? The auto attacks are there, and it's that moment where they've just shot each other at the same time, as both ADCs will go down. Lethal Lime tries to get the hook, but it lands onto nothing. He's now going to try and walk away. Albino Sun there is...
ult up in 3. No, he doesn't want it. Okay.
He does not want it, no. So they are able to walk away. But Swoogity now, that is a very, very fed Kazakhs, and you are all alone, my friend. That is not how you win those.
See.
Well, and... Oh, no.
Oh, my God. Wait.
This is the only way Kazakhs wins is by staying alone. You knew he was in the area. That's just... That is not what you want to see. They're really this Gosha really does like disproving my my jungle predictions. It's just he has been popping off on the Kazakhs here.
Yeah, I mean he's incredibly fed. He's going to be able to back and buy what I can only assume is going to be the Edge of Night here. I think I actually probably like Prowler's Claw here. I think after all the bosses got it, it's actually quite a strong item. But he's going to pick up the Edge of Night here. It's going to be able to counteract a bit of what is coming out from the Zig's going to tank that first shot. I'm not sure if it's my favorite pickup here, but it is the it is the classic, especially for organized play. Pick up that Edge of Night, stay a lot safer, and try use that safety to play more on the edge and snowball your lead. Is what people generally like to do in the organized players. Maybe. Yeah.
Oh, Legendary Banana will be able to get that engage onto Echoes of War. Looks like they wanted to try and turn in some way, but Echoes of War, 3 levels down as the jungler. That is just not where you want to be. Again, you really need to, even when you're playing supportive junglers, I still feel like neglecting your farm is not the play here. As we can see, he's now 1v1 in the Gromp. Might lose here, and down he goes. All right, so that is not what you want to see, and the first turret will go down. So again, after a brilliant start, once again, just Team Dragoon have sort of dropped the ball. They've dropped their lead down in bot lane after Ubis was picked off. They've now evened up the Drake count. They haven't really been able to snowball. The TP comes through, but way too late, and that is not what you want. A Wild Terror does pop the ult way after he was already dead, and now the rest of the team will surely follow. That is not what you want to see as a Team Dragoon fan.
And it's just doing a bit of analyzing, seeing where the problems were this game. I mean, this Tristana got absurdly far ahead, then did little to nothing, and Echoes of War didn't play around it. They didn't, because when you get this Tristana...
Okay, we have another fight here. Looks like Echoes of War is going to try and start the flash forward. Gosha, but Gosha is 4 levels down. Oh my goodness, and you cannot fight the Kha'Zix as Jarvan right now. Swoogadee looks like he's going to try and salvage what he can. Will be able to get that shutdown. That is huge, and the flash will keep him alive. So they will be able to trade a kill back.
Yeah.
But we can see the jungle diff coming through in this game, especially 8-1 on the Kha'Zix. Gosha is putting on a clinic.
No, he really is. And I was saying, when you have a Tristana this far ahead, there's really no excuse for falling this far behind in jungle, because he's sitting around and he's trying his best to be supportive, but this Tristana doesn't need supporting.
And the fact that they were able to even, like, the Dragons should not be even right now. You have to be, when you're this far ahead, you have to be using them on spawn and really try to, because that's where your lead is. You have to try and snowball it. Echoes of War does force out the flash here from Crit, but here we go. The flash in return will take out the Jarvan as Crit will pick up yet another kill. The Ziggs comes through, will be able to get a kill back, so it's a 1-for-1. But, you know, when there's 3 of your members and 2 of theirs, that's not the kind of trade you're looking for.
Yeah, and it's just when this Tristana and Nautilus, they'll win in the short fights when they find the engage, but it was just they were taking fights which weren't advantageous for them, and so even though there was the big lead on the Tristana, they were taking fights at inopportune times with about equal items, which they should never be doing. And now this series managed to claw the lead back. They got the turret because this Kha'Zix found that lead in the top lane where the what's his name? Kennen, where the Kennen was sitting isolated. They're in the top lane. The Kha'Zix managed to go get that lead, get the 2 kills, get the massive lead that the Jarvan wasn't farming from that top side, and then he just dragged that down into the bot lane, made this Zeri go back to equal now, and Zeri's obviously gonna.
That was less than a second, and most of the HP of the tankiest member of the enemy team is gone. Lethal Lime. That is not your jungle anymore, my friend. You cannot be standing there. The 9th kill picked up here by Gosha. Wild Terry now. That is a very, very dead Yordle. Oh, perhaps not. He has a little bit of fight left in him. Gosha will drop the Rift Herald, and meanwhile down in the bot lane, Albino Sunbear is duking it out with Ubis. This is going to be a very close fight, but it looks like Stopwatch wins. Okay, no, Ubis will pick up the win. Will pick up the kill there. I was gonna say Stopwatch is the winner and everyone walks away, but looks like the flash will be burned and still the kill will go over to the ADC. So little victory there, but will be enough to salvage this game? I do not believe so.
You know, one incredibly important thing to know is that on the side of Dragoons here, they're running the triple Yordle composition, and that is incredibly cute. With the Kennen, the Ziggs, the Tristana. I mean, like, to be fair, when you see the triple Yordle, I don't think it's losable, but they're 6k gold now, so it's looking quite scary. But no, it's they need to find a way. They do have still 2 big carries here with the Ziggs, the Tristana. They have a lot of poke damage that is able to come out from the Ziggs. This Tristana still has the ability to burst almost anyone. But they both have very difficult time building defensive stats against this Kha'Zix. I mean, a GA can come out, a Zhonya's can come out. Apart from that, it's difficult for these 2 champs to itemize against this Kha'Zix. And with this Edge of Night picked up, it's difficult to stop the Kha'Zix from just one-shotting one of them. So they need to stay together. They need to make sure they're not isolated, because if this Kha'Zix finds an isolated pick, it is going to be all over, right? So they just need to be... because it's not all lost, they still have these 2 really fed carries, so they need to be warding well, they need to be watching their flanks, if they want to stand a chance around these objectives, right? And Legendary Banana is... They have, obviously, such jungle control with the all the turrets fallen on the side of... Dragoons don't really have many turrets left, so they have the ability to jump in the waves, have all this jungle control, get this vision down so early as Wild Terry's.
Looks like they're really trying to avoid being isolated, but that won't even save them. Wild Terry is the first one to go down. Echoes of War will soon follow. They will be able to trade back, and Albino Sunbear will go down, but it won't be enough to salvage the team fight. Lethal Lime, the last man standing, and he falls as well. A triple kill coming over to Gosha. Yet another fantastic performance from him as an ace for Team Crit.
Yeah, and I mean, as I was saying, it's all this map control, right? They have all the turrets taken, so they just have the ability to get the vision in. They have the ability to sit in this bush, and like this dragon wasn't really necessary to contest, right? I don't feel anyway, because I think that's always going to happen. The first button that goes in is just going to get Lissandra ulted, and when this Kennen is dead, you don't really have too much lockdown, right? Too much of this AoE lockdown, too much damage.
But here we go. They want to salvage what they can. Crit falls dangerously low, but so far he is still alive. The shutdown will actually go over to Swoogity. It's a double kill, but they're fighting back. Here comes the Kazakhs. Gosha's trying to pick up a Wild Terry, and he will go down. Gosha picks up a double kill before he is taken out by Swoogity. Will be back-to-back aces. Looks like it will. The drag comes back for Fangu. Oh, it's Fangus. I get it now.
Yeah, it's Fangus. But I don't really know what Fangus means.
Oh, my fault. I've been calling him Fangu all series long. I do apologize. But looks like they will pick up the ace for now, but
no.
That is just how can you stop this Kazakhs? Like they tried to pick Fangus, who's a Swain. You cannot pick a Swain like that.
No, yeah, you can't dive onto the Swain, and it left Kazakhs time to come back out of base, and then it just completely cleaned the fight there. They did manage to CC him just a bit, just enough to kill him. He's still very squishy, right? He's still a Kazakhs. But it is a level 14 Kazakhs. He's got a level on the mid laner and 2 levels on the other two carries of the side of Dragoons here. So yeah, it's now. After looking at these team fights, it's about a 9k and 8k gold lead. Sorry, it's how do you stop that from happening? I mean, as we could say, the vision's not been too good, but in this map state, it's incredibly hard to have a good vision, as this is just going to be the Dragon.
Okay, here we go. Echoes of War was trying to look to see if he could get anything onto the Baron, but he will instead lose his life. The bug is online. Gosha picks up yet another kill and looks like Crit wants more. Swoogity dropping dangerously low, will be able to pick up the ADC. Meanwhile, down towards the Baron, looks like Wild Terry is trying to salvage what fight he can on the backside, but it looks like Ubis on the other side of the map will actually be able to take out the Kazakhs. So overall, 3 for 3?
Yep.
That is not ideal here for the side of Team Crit.
No, it's not ideal at all, but they're still going to have the ability to shove the waves in. It is going to be the Kazakhs Fallen. It's not going to be the Baron, but I think this Kazakhs feels so far ahead that they can just do this. They can just jump over the wall. They can just try find the kills and have a bit of fun. I mean, you do have to be a bit nervous. They are on 4 items. They're incredibly fed, but I would be a bit nervous just to as to if you could if you can do this, how long you can do this for. But I still do think with the Swain, with the Zeri, with the Rakan, the scaling is still probably stronger on the side of Team Crit here over Dragoons. Both these AD carries have 3 items. I think Zeri is a bit stronger on her 3 items here than Tristana is. Well, that's generally, but Tristana has picked up a lot beefier items, I would like to say, than the with the Bloodthirst and the Kraken Slayer over the Static Shiv and Runans, as the Baron is just being started.
All right, looks like we're gonna have a Baron dance here, but unfortunately that Baron is falling dangerously low. Kennen is not here yet. He is running up mid lane. Are they going to try and coin flip this as the flag goes down? Will the drag come through? I think he actually may have messed that up. I think he tried to drag there, but he was too far away from his flag, so Echoes of War can not get the steal, and it looks like they will just opt to walk away. So a free Baron going over to the side of Team Crit.
I mean, do you ever feel bad for Baron? He's always isolated. He's always lonely.
Why can't Baron get some friends in order to make him not isolated? Like,
yeah, that does allow Kazakhs to just help one-shot that Baron. They do really love these compositions that can one-shot Baron, right?
Yeah, they did that last time too.
They can consume it. They can get this extra gold online. They can use its shoving waves, start to crack down on these other tier 3 turrets and pick up this last tier 2 turret in the bot lane. And with all this mid pressure, with the mid inhibitor being gone, with the bot lane being pushed, as you can see, there's just gonna be a blue river here on the blue side jungle of the Dragoons here. There's not really going to be any opportunity to face check. They're just going to be able to pick up this 3rd dragon for free. If they have any chance, if they feel like contesting, I feel like they're just going to die. The Kazakhs isn't around,
it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. Dragon is spawning. Echoes of War does manage to buffer the CC, so he will stay alive for now. Is already chunked down to half health, and it looks like they just have no way in to this Dragon here. Fangus is now hitting the top lane turret as they are forcing into this objective here. Well, excuse me. It doesn't even look like they're going to be contesting this Dragon at all.
No, it's a good synchronization of waves here. Swain's pushing top lane as the rest are pushing bot lane so they can manage
the dash in from Echoes of War actually might cost him his life here. Here we go. Finally, we get a good cannon ultimate, and that'll be the death of Crit. But will it be enough to salvage the rest of the team? Oh, the hop in, hop out from Gosha. He is too clean with it, and will also be able to take out Lethal Lime as well. Looks like he wants some more. He is going to be charging down towards Wild Terry and Udis. Oh, but here comes. He will be able to grab one. But now the Guardian Angel coming through. It is a Guardian Angel. Will it be enough to save the ADC? The stopwatch will keep him alive for a little bit longer. But here comes Ziggs. Get out the fly swatter. Down goes the bug. But will it be enough to really salvage this game? Fangus and Legendary Banana are now hitting the second inhibitor of the game. They will now transfer over to the third. Looks like they are going to be able to pop all 3 of these inhibitors. Actually, this one, they are both AP champions, so taking it relatively slow. Looks like they are just going to opt to walk away. But the flash forward from Echoes of War misses the knockup, does not have the ult, so it looks like Fangus will just be able to walk away as he does pop that ultimate. He has infinite healing and not enough healing cut on the enemy team. Another knockup is missed. The TP comes through. Oh, this looks like it might be the end of the game as finally Echoes of War will drop, as he tried both times to get a knockup but was unable to find it either time. Meanwhile, looks like the siege will continue here for the side of Team Crit.
They have a top wave they can maybe run to. They want to. No, they're just going to back off.
They
Honestly,
are. And
I feel like this game should have ended sooner. That's like a Flame Horizon, not the junglers. Kha'Zix has 19 kills, for God's sake. But I think they've been a bit over-eager, just having a bit of fun with their fights. I mean, like, you don't really blame them, but this is also the finals. You do want to make sure you're securing these wins. But no, they are having a bit of fun with it. They probably could have ended by now, but it is going to be the triple inhibitors taken. It is generally, you feel like you can come back at almost any stage until all 3 of your inhibitors are taken, right? Because then it's impossible to move anywhere, right? That's just how it is. You generally have to stay in the confines of your base in that cemented area when all 3 of the inhibitors have fallen because of the double super minions, because of the push.
Yeah, you could try to pick up some gold here, but will you be able to defend the onslaught that is Team Crit? They are marching into the base. They do not have Gosha yet, so they might actually halt because he is their main source of damage. Might just be looking to push in these waves before they finally go for the end. And yeah, if you're the side of Team Dragoon, all you can do really is just try to farm up, hope your wave clears enough to sustain you until those inhibitors will respawn. This might be the final stand here for Team Dragoon here in Game 2. As finally the Kha'Zix, the Bane man, has arrived, and looks like the siege will commence. Crit is knocking down on that first turret. Echoes of War will dash in, but he is not long for this world, as he will be the first to fall, followed by a Wild Terry, and followed by the rest of their team. Ubis does have the Guardian Angel, and it will be procced here, but will it be enough to save him? No, it will not. Kha'Zix is a god, and Gosha will lead his team to Game 2 victory, going up 2-0 here in the series.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously massive stand-up performance there from Gosha, but I think it was quite well played all around. Obviously there was the tragedy that was the bot lane in the early game, but I think Crit Legendary Banana also fought at the right times after they had that horrific start. Tristan or Nautilus didn't really manage to capitalize, but this jungle gap was just completely massive, wasn't it? What were your thoughts, Willie?
Yeah, this game right now, I mean, it seemed like Dragoons, they solved one problem. They were sort of able to shut down what Lissandra was trying to do a little bit. I do like the Ziggs pick. It was, I think, a very smart pick, even when he's not able to follow the Lissandra into the side lane, he's able to get his ult off from really far away. So I think that was a very good pickup. But taking care of that problem, now here comes another problem from TLCST, and that's their jungler. And their jungler right there. I don't know if we've got a post game like stat screen if we could get that up on the screen, but Gosha right now is putting up insane numbers on that Kha'Zix with the most damage in the game, even being able to outdamage Swoogity on the Ziggs, who did put in quite a lot of work this game. And you compare that to the jungler for Team Dragoons having just 6,000 damage. He had 5 times the amount of damage as this Jarvan and way more gold as well. So right now it's looking more and more like Ubi's. He's doing his best. He's getting this lead early in the lane, and the team just overall doesn't know what to do with it. They don't know where to go. They don't know how to get him out of the lane quick enough so that he can impact the rest of the map. And I've seen this all the time, even in solo queue. You get a lane with a lead and they just aren't able to take the tower for whatever reason. And because of that, the rest of your map, which is struggling, gets put further and further behind. Your lead just becomes meaningless because it doesn't translate to the rest of the map. So I'm thinking if they're gonna go with this game plan again, where Ubis is gonna get this really, really large lead in the bot lane, then they've got to get that bot lane tower fast and move him to the mid lane so that they can start getting these skirmishes and these fights around objectives and these team fights. Because if that's not going to happen, Gosha is just going to get a lead through farming and smart ganks. Because Gosha knows what he's doing. We've seen how he plays. He can carry his team with a lead. They need to get Ubis into the game so that he's able to have an impact, because these leads early have just turned out to be meaningless 2 games in a row.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
sorry,
so hard. Sorry, yeah, it's so heartbreaking. I just want to really quickly say, for Ubis and Lethal Lime, they have been playing the early game so effectively, and just they have nothing to show for it, and it's very, 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 very tragic.
Yeah, and part of that is that TLCST have done a very good job of shutting down what Team Dragoons goes for in the top lane. They are target banning him out. They are forcing him on champions where he can't really split push effectively. They're not letting him get a big lead in that top lane. Gosha is actually forcing dives onto Terry, which is pretty impressive, at least to me, because Terry, he's a pretty good top laner. We've seen him before. He knows what he's doing. But especially, I think that Swain pick top lane is actually really good. And I don't think it would work if they left Fiora and Olaf open. Fiora and Olaf have the ability to go on the Swain and really punish him in a 1v1. But Kennen doesn't quite have the capability. He doesn't have enough damage, even if he does have all that CC and that really nice stun and everything. It's not the same. He can't really get a solo kill on a champion like Swain. So them shutting down that top lane has really worked out for them really well. Now, all they've got to do now is, if TLCST can get their bot lane under control in this next game and not die so many times to Ubis, their team play is going to get them a win, and it could be an undefeated 3-0 win in the finals. I mean, they're putting on a really impressive performance right now. So Dragoons has got to do something.
Yeah, can I say, I don't know if you guys feel this. I feel like Lissandra needs to be banned.
Yeah, I mean,
I didn't even think like, don't get me wrong, Albino Sunbear played very well, but I really think it's not the picks that are the issue. I think it's the execution that that Team Dragoon have had. Like, I think that they are letting Gosha, take camps for free. Like, I saw him invade early on twice and just get free buffs and without punishment at all. And I think allowing these players to play towards what their win con is just so detrimental. So don't get me wrong, I think a Lissandra ban is still on the table because Albino Sunbear has been piloting it very well. But I think the Team Dragoon has to really more focus on their team play, less so on the champions.
Yeah, I don't know. Oh,
sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I think like what's calling for the Lissandra ban for me is that it's just stopping what they've tried to do in both games. They managed to really this Lissandra, it was stopping the Kennen engages every single time. There's no cleanses, so maybe they don't need to ban the Lissandra. Maybe they just need to take cleanse. I don't know.
Yeah, I actually wanted to point out Lissandra went bot lane, and you know how you were saying that she had no mana, so that fight didn't work out.
Yep.
She was sitting on 3 biscuits right there, so that was
shit.
kind of a moment where I was like, oh, that really hurt me when I saw that. But anyway, we are gonna get into this game 3 draft, and we are gonna see if Dragoons or TLCST switches anything up here for game 3. So far, TLCST. I'm thinking may stick to what they've been doing because it's been working out for them, and we'll see how these teams interact in the draft.
Yeah, it's looking like similar bans.
Yeah, exact same ban so far. TLCST looking to limit the amount of supportive champions that Echoes of War could play, and they're trying. Looks like Dragoons are trying to limit the amount of carry champions that Gosha can play. But as of right now, all 6 bans are the same. I'm expecting just another Lissandra pickup here, unless they are looking for something a bit different here for TLCST. But we will see.
So yeah, it's gonna be Lissandra.
Yep, Lissandra picked up for the 3rd time in a row for Albino Sunbear. He's been piloting it very well so far, so not a huge shocker here.
Yeah, Tristan, and I don't know what you pick up in the jungle here if you go back towards that job, and it didn't perform the greatest, but I feel like it's gonna be the
there we go. We get carry on a carry. That is what we were looking for. The Olaf coming through. I'm expecting that to go into the top lane. I guess it can be flexed to jungle, but I think we finally got Terry on a pick that he is comfortable on, that he can influence the game in a much better way than what he has been playing on so far.
Yeah, and I think Olaf also it had a great time into Lissandra as well, right? Can't be denied in the same way in these team fights. It's gonna be the Rakan picked up. Is it gonna be the Zeri again? We having a bit of Zeriing.
Are they just picking the same draft every game? Like,
Yep. Yeah, it looks like it. I mean, it's been working, so I don't see why they wouldn't.
I mean, their bot lane has not been winning though. Like,
well, I don't. Yeah, no, but I think they've been performing quite well in that later stage. Yeah, I think they have been slammed into the ground quite hard.
Okay, going a bit of a different direction here. The Gragas picked up. I'm assuming that is going into the jungle. I feel like lane Gragas has been severely nerfed in recent patches, so I'm expecting it's the sustain on his passive that really harms him in the laning phase, because obviously in the jungle you have enough sustain, so it doesn't really hurt him as much there. But
wait, that's Arena. My bad. Sorry, I saw mid patch updates, and I saw Gragas cooldown got into 4 seconds on his passive, and I thought that seems a bit absurd.
Yeah, it's at like 12 seconds now. If it was up to 4 seconds, I'd be a Gragas one trick. So
yeah, I mean, I think everybody would be.
All right, it looks like
right? But
yeah, it looks like we got the Galio as a response. So bit of a curious draft so far. We're switching up a little bit. Obviously, the Lissandra still comes through, but overall, what are you thinking so far for DRG? The Galio coming through, maybe looking to, Galio is not really a champion I consider someone to like win a lane, more to shut down a lane. So maybe looking more towards shutting down this Lissandra here. So what are you thinking?
Yeah, I mean, I think it can just go quite equal with the Lissandra. But I think the thing about Galio is he doesn't mind sacking waves, and I think he doesn't mind also he also has the ability to match the roam of the Lissandra and match the tempo, match the dive. Because in the first game, it was Lissandra. She was managing to she found that dive in the top lane, which would have been stopped. This Lissandra is a lot less conservative using the TP, and Galio obviously has the ability to follow that. So if I think I quite like the Galio pickup, and I also really love the Olaf pickup. They're getting this carry that they wanted, but now it can be countered. I don't.
They might be looking for like an Aphelios here for TLCST.
Yeah, no. I would really like Felios here, I think, because you're kiting back naturally. Anyway, here you're getting engaged on by Olaf running at you, by Tristana, Poppy running at you. I would really love an Aphelios here. Not the strongest AD carry. I know Crit likes it. I'm not sure if he likes it in the current meta. I like it. I'm a bit of a Aphelios. I mean, Aphelios is just what I play when I play AD carry. Play AD carry. Quite a bit.
I don't play Aphelios because he has, I think, 129 abilities. So I'm not the biggest fan of learning that. But it looks like they are going to opt in for the Vayne instead. So going for a bit of self peel here and late game prowess with the Vayne. So definitely, all of a sudden those tanky boys and the Olaf, the Galio, and the Poppy are looking a little bit squishier now, especially if we can get Vayne to that late game. But it looks like the final pick coming through here for TLCST will be Kanye. Okay, no, my friends always hate it when I make that joke. Kane coming through here as the final pickup. So it is Gragas being thrown up towards the top lane in response to the Olaf.
It could be. To be honest, but I don't know.
Oh, what in the actual heck? Is it? It's Tristana mid, Caitlyn Galio bot?
It could be Caitlyn support. It's been on the rise. Hob Caitlyn support. I saw Carrier playing it a bit. I mean, I doubt it, but
we are not Carrier.
Yeah.
When it was the Callista support meta, the like all the ADC support metas, it was like my support at the time, it was all he wanted to play, and we kept trying to tell him, you are not Carrier, you could not play Callista support. However, if this is what DRG want to play with their backs against the wall, they have to get a win here. If they think that Caitlyn support is what they need in order to win, I have faith in it.
I mean, honestly, I don't mind it this game, to be perfectly honest. I think it has a really good time. It obviously outranges Vayne Rakan. I think I'm assuming
it's Tristana mid though. It could be Caitlyn support. It could be Caitlyn support.
Tristana mid, Galio support.
I'm assuming it's Galio support. Yes.
I would love Caitlyn support. I would love it.
It would be spicy, but I don't think you're down 2-0 in the series. I don't think you guys. All right, guys, time to bust out our signature pick, Caitlyn support.
Yeah, no,
I don't think that's the case here, but it could be. Who knows? We will. I am keeping an eye on picks here as we are learning. Excuse me, who's going where? But before we figure that out, let's talk about the other side of the draft. Kane in the jungle. So I want to say I'm not a fan of this, but I've also said I'm not a fan of the rest of Gosha's picks, and he's proven me wrong multiple times. So
I mean, Gosha does love a spicy pick.
Exactly, but the reason is
found this out.
Go ahead. Yeah.
No, I was just going to say throughout the split, I've learned more and more about Gosha. This has been my first split on Risen. I think he's been impactful.
He has far and away been the best player in this series, but that's why I don't like him on Kane. I want him to be on a pick that can be influential in the early game. Obviously, Kane, no CC, no real damage early on until he gets formed. So I think having Gosha on kind of this slow impact champion is maybe a bit of a mistake, because honestly, he has been the most shocking element in this series to me. He's been playing insanely well on these picks that I both times said would probably not work. So I'm not going to say that Kane won't work, because I'm not doing that for the third time. But I think that Gosha has been immensely crucial in this series. So I'm a little saddened to see that he is not going on a different sort of pick that has a lot of early impact, because I think that he just pilots that so effectively. That being said, on the other side, it is in fact Tristana mid, Caitlyn, Galio in the bot lane. So with that in mind, obviously they fooled us. I thought it was Tristana going into the bot lane for the third time. So not a lot of AP damage on the side of...
That's what I was going to mention, right?
Yeah. So go ahead, yeah.
Because if Galio's in this bot lane, he either goes AP and doesn't hit his items till later, unless he gets a lot of unless he gets kills and gets this economy, which they have been doing, to be fair to them. or he goes support and they're really, really lacking AP damage. And I think either way it's really scary. But one thing I was going to mention is I understand these guys aren't pro players, but if we remember, Canyon in Worlds last year, on this Kane, you were saying he wasn't that influential.
Okay.
But he picked this Kane and
because
then
it's
he can run over
Canyon.
it.
He's the
I
best
understand it's
juggler
Canyon.
in the world.
I understand it's Canyon, but I think especially with how how this series is being how well Ghost is playing this series, maybe he just feels that confident right now. Maybe that's what he's looking.
You also have to
because
keep
this
in mind
is an amazing Rust game, right?
You have to keep in mind. At the time, Canyon was playing into a Maokai, who who was very, very weak early. Poppy has the ability to stop what Kane does, like able to stop his main source of damage if Poppy uses that W effectively. So I get what you're coming at. Gosha still can have early impact if piloted correctly, but again, I'm all I was trying to say with that was I think Gosha has been the best player of this series, and I'm a little saddened that more than likely he's going to be have a little bit of a slower start this game. That's all. That's all I was trying to say with that point.
I mean, he is gonna be clearing faster as well, and we did see in that first game when he was clearing faster, he did manage to have that impact even on the Gwen, which doesn't have a lot of impact generally. But no, I think Team Crit's comp is a lot better here. I think the Vayne Kane is certainly a bit spicy here, but
we will see. Yeah, well, we will see if the Vayne. Oh, go ahead. Yeah,
I was just gonna say I think they're really they're lacking magic damage, and I think that's going to come to haunt them. If this Caitlyn and Tristana don't both get like insanely far ahead, they're going to really, really struggle in this game.
Yeah, we will have to see. But before we hop into game 3, match point here for the side of Team Crit, we will have to go to a quick break here. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more Risen Esports action right after this. All right. Game 3 action. Backs against the wall. Team Dragoon, you have to make something happen here. Looks like they're already going for an early play, but Echoes of War could not get the wall hit onto crit, so unfortunately, just a little bit of poke there instead of an early kill. So that already off to a bit of a bad start, as they did not get any summoner spells, and now Poppy has to start with E, so not ideal.
Yeah, certainly not ideal. Well, I mean, it doesn't matter too much. I mean, obviously like the Q, but if you're gonna get this leash on the first camp anyway, it's not all too bad. This Caitlyn gives quite a great leash in the bush. So Caitlyn, on the changes, she now headshots every 5 instead of every 6 auto attacks, which is really actually quite crucial for her gameplay, and it's made her quite a bit stronger.
Yeah, no kidding. Those headshots, they can really stack up over time. So especially when you're gonna get an extra one off, like in a team fight or something like that, like that is definitely very, very huge. We will see if Ubis, who, along with Lethal Lime, has been very dominant in the early laning phase, we will see how they are able to do it with arguably one of the most aggressive early on ADCs that is able to abuse that range against one of those arguably the weakest in the early game into that vein. So we will see if their dominance will continue. Meanwhile, in top lane, the axes are being thrown, and Fangus already forced to fall back. So, like I said, lane Gragas not my favorite, just because that sustain has really been nerfed. And obviously, they did pick it knowing that Olaf was going to top lane. Meanwhile, level 2 actually picked up by crit first, able to get a decent chunk onto Lethal Lime, and they are able to just back away. So, right now, a lot of trades going back and forth, but right now Ubis actually the flash forward Lethal Lime, well played by him, the flash taunt, and yet I think for the 3rd time in a row it is first blood going over to the Team Dragoon bot lane.
Yeah, one thing to know, they don't get that kill 5 days ago.
Yeah, you know what, you might be right. That double headshot, or not double headshot, the more headshots coming through, definitely coming in clutch there. As yet again, I want to say well done Team Dragoon, but just this is already have this feeling of deja vu, as once again you get the early kills, you get the early lead, but will it translate onto the map? We'll have to see.
Yeah, no, I mean, Bane is going to come back. She's going to pick up most of this. Hell no.
All right, looks like Legendary Banana does hop in, but will be able to get away. Crit now finds himself in a good spot, but the trade back, Ubis will be able to pick up Legendary Banana, but now Crit against Galio. That is not a winning fight, as the savior of Demacia will go down.
Yeah, or as I like to call him, big statue. Just like, you know, in China.
The big statue goes down too. All right. But here we are. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Gosha. That is not where you want to be. The flash forward for Echoes of War will pick up the kill onto the Kayn. Gosha goes down early, and looks like it will be just the 1 kill picked up, as Albino Sunbear will be able to get away. But overall, like I said, Gosha just not playing an early game champion, still trying to make early game plays, and will pay the price for it.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, that's the 2nd time we've seen them flash in. They did have the level advantage. But yeah, as we...
Wild Terry dropping dangerously low. Fangus doesn't have much mana. Wild Terry is trying to throw the axes as much as he can. Echoes of War is there, but oh no! Oh no! That is not what you want. It's a double kill for Fangus. They will be able to pick up the kill, but at the end of the day, that is so huge for the side of Team Crit, and that tower shot still sticking onto Echoes of War is so detrimental.
Yeah, I mean, didn't manage to get out of that tower range. I think if Olaf went 1 for 1, I still think it wouldn't have been too advantageous, as I'm just going to click up C. He's going to miss, like, what, quite a few minions here, actually.
Yeah, so that is not what you want to see, especially for, you know, Team Dragoon being on the back foot here. Down 2-0 in the series. They have to win 3 in a row if they want to keep their title dreams alive. Gosha picking up that Scuttle Crab down in the bot lane. Dragon is spawning. We have a Chemtech Dragon early on, so no Chemtank Soul, which I'm happy about. Well, the map is a lot of fun with Chemtank. I think it's not one of the better souls in the game, so we do miss out on some weird flying feet, but might get a better soul in the meanwhile. We do have some trading going up in the top lane, but no kills so far.
Yeah, and I think ours on both the mid laners, I don't think there's going to be much happening there really. One thing to note here is this jungle lead is still massive, right? Especially with that botch dive, because Echoes of War really wanted to
we got the double taunt coming in from Lethal Lime, but it looks like they don't have the damage yet. Wild Terry trying to finds himself in a 1v2, almost gets Gosha, but the ult coming through from Fangus will take out the Olaf. So yet again, we see Wild Terry, who's supposedly one of their best players, just falling yet again, not having the best series of his life. Meanwhile, Swaggity now trying to duke it out with Fangus, trying to get that damage off, but it looks like the Gragas will just be able to walk away. But as I was saying, a Wild Terry, obviously a very, very good top laner, but unfortunately just has been picked on a lot this game and just hasn't really been able to show us that true carry threat that we know he can be.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first time that you guys had a true carry that can dominate lane.
Oh, we got the flash. Legendary Banana drops low. The Ignite is on him, but it doesn't look like he will. The heal! The Rakan heal saving the day. Ubis now trying to get some remaining damage onto Crit. Oh, what the taunt does not land, so they are both so low. They are pushing the wave in. Will they be able to perhaps dive here? They don't have the jungler on their side, so it's incredibly risky.
Yeah,
looks like Kane is posturing towards that bot lane. This could be very, very detrimental. You guys got to get out of there. That might... Oh no, Lethal Line just try to get the taunt off. Will get the knock up, looking to sacrifice himself for his ADC. Gosha picks up the solo kill onto Lethal Lime, but it's not enough to save Ubis. Here comes the Kane to take out the bot lane. And yet again, after a brilliant start from Team Dragoon, they are already down and losing now here in this game.
Is he going blue Kane this game? I think that's a really strange decision, to be honest.
Yeah, he's definitely going blue Kane. If you take a look at his runes, those are blue Kane runes with the first strike, as well as you could see the serrated dirk and the tier already picked up. So 100% that is blue Kane.
Yeah, I don't like it too much. I probably would prefer a red Kane, a Ross here, but I mean,
Swoogity definitely actually playing this matchup very well. Sorry to take away from your blue Kane analysis, but Swoogity getting a decent trade there, I think has been a lot more aggressive and really limiting the plays of Albino Sunbear so far. But please continue about blue Kane.
No, I just think you are going to really struggle to get in here as blue Kane, right? You're going to struggle because you have to engage into the Galio, you have to engage into the Poppy. And there's really should be no getting onto this Caitlyn, and Tristana can obviously just jump away. So unless he gets monsterly ahead, which he kind of is with that 2 kills with the CS lead as well, getting ahead. But that is going to be the Dragon picked up. It's what you expect, especially when you pick this Caitlyn, this Tristana. They can both just keep waves under the turret.
Yeah, Ubis in mid lane now. A little bit curious. I don't really think I know they're bringing them up for Herald, but I think sacking this bot wave and giving the plates over to Vayne is a terrible idea. I think move up Lethal Lime, sure, but I think moving up Ubis is a bit of a misstep here for the side of Team Dragoon.
Yeah, because I think the problem is there's not a lot they can do with this Herald, especially on the top side, especially now, so it's not going to equate to all too much. There's not going to be a dive opportunity on the Gragas. He's just going to recall, he's going to get out of there all safe.
All right, Wild Terry already dropping dangerously low, and the Kane ult will be enough to take him out. Gosha now on a killing spree, and already you can see, like, that's going to be 1.5 plates just going over to Crit for free. So at the end of the day, sure, you picked up the Herald, but that is so much gold, free gold, I should say, going over to the Vayne, and that's just not what you want.
No, not at all. Yeah, I mean, I think... Yeah, as I was saying, there's not really a lot they can do with this Herald. Maybe if they could get a good team fight and they felt really far ahead, they could rotate this Caitlyn up and manage to convert it into kills, force the Vayne up. But no, there's not really any problem giving this Herald on the side of Team Crit. They can they can give it. They can get a little
Oh, Swoogity
Kane.
flying a little bit too close to the sun.
Yeah.
Tries to get the kill onto Albino Sunbear, and down he will go. So, fun fact, I think this is Purple Kane. He went Rust, but is going a Blue Kane damage-oriented build. So, it is the...
Colorblind. I don't do colors.
Sorry, yeah. So that is... I'm pretty sure that's known as Purple Kane. I am a jungle player. I do not play a lot of Kane. And when I do, I play normal Kane, I guess, either red or blue. So I believe this is known as purple when it's a bit of both, just so that you get kind of you don't get full bruiser or full assassin. You get kind of a jack of all trades in between both kind of feel.
Yeah, fair enough. I think he was. I probably think Blue Kane was the intention, but then there was not really much hitting of Caitlyn or Tristana, so it's a red Kane out convenience. This dive will not go well, by the way. Yeah,
it doesn't look like they're opting in for the dive. So
yeah.
So about 2K in the gold lead for TLCST, but will they be able to translate that? So far, they have been, like I said, once they get a lead, they're pretty good at keeping it.
Yeah.
You know, Gosha obviously pushing the advantages to the best that he can. CS is a lot closer this time around, but you know, with the 4 kills onto that Kane, obviously it does have a significant lead over Echoes of War. Gosha just such an influential player in this series, and once again, I would have to pull in my vote for MVP here, as he is once again performing very well in this game.
Also, talking about players playing well, I think...
all right, but here we go. We have a bot dive so far, and the flashback towards the turret might save Ubis for a little bit longer. The Galio ult will save his ADC. Crit now drops dangerously low, tries to get the final kill, but he will go down. Gosha now drops dangerously low, doesn't have the ultimate, but will be saved a bit by that Duskblade. But at the end of the day, looks like it's going to be a 2 for 2, maybe a bit more. The ult away, and they will go down as well. So it's a 4 for 2. They invested everything into this, but they will come out ahead.
It will be ahead, but yeah, I mean the dive was a bit misplayed, right? It's just in my head. I had such deja vu from that game 1. The team on blue side, the AD carry walking in, tanking the turret, getting to one shot, diving out into that tri-bush there. But
yeah, guys, just any ADCs watching, just don't tank the turret during a dive. That's the lesson that we can take away from this. That is not your job. Wait, if you have to wait an extra auto attack to make sure that your tanky member gets that aggro, do it. Just do it.
Yeah,
it's not your job to tank up the tower. But here we go, crit, and yeah, they get nothing out of that Rift Herald. So definitely a huge misplay earlier on, just rotating the entire team to get 0 gold.
Yep. Bit of a problem though. Olaf is now completely back, I'd say. He got 5 plates, the whole turret. He's up CS. He's picked up his Revenant Hydra, and I think although Angus, he is playing quite incredibly well, right? He managed to play that 1v2 incredibly well, and in both this game and the last game, he's been doing his job, and he's been doing it really well. And that's something you don't often see with these big rank gaps in the top laners, with these big skill gaps in the top laners. But no, I think he's been playing really well in terms of. Oh wait, is this a problem?
We have secret agent Wild Terry here. He is looking for the backdoor play, but then again, Lissandra can do that. Yep. So, unfortunately, that mission was a little bit of failure. There is no mission impossible. Olaf is not Tom Cruise, and that evidently was a failure.
I wish I was Tom Cruise sometimes.
I wish I could run like he does. Like when he sprints, he looks good when he sprints. I mean,
he made a career out of it, didn't he?
No kidding. But anyway, back to League of Legends. Just touching on that point yet again. I think honestly, perhaps even Fangus could be in contention for MVP. Yeah. Like you said, just Wild Terry has not really had any impact in this series so far, and I think a big contributing point to that is the top laner, Fangus, has done an excellent job at playing the weak side. He has shut Terry down, not really allowed him to get any leads up in this top lane, and even here, playing into the Olaf, who is a signature pick for a Wild Terry. Yep. Wild Terry's down 1-3, and Fangus, he did lose his tower because he sacrificed it for the bot lane play, but he's 4-1, and arguably playing relatively well, especially when you consider the rank gap between them. So I think Fangus has had an excellent series. I don't want to edge him over Gosha because I think Gosha has just been playing out of his freaking mind, but I definitely want to just, credit where credit's due. I think Fangus has had an incredible series.
I mean, we are talking about series MVP. This game is obviously not over, right?
And speaking of a Wild Terry, looks like he's going to have to contend with another 1v3. He's going after the Gragas, but oh my goodness, that healing! Olaf is not fair, but when you put 3 against him, he will go down. So they will be able to pick up the kill. The stopwatch is used from Fangus, but yet again, you saw he tried to go on. Oh, I may have cursed you. My bad.
Nope. Well,
I'm sorry, Fangus. You were doing really well. I was about to compliment how good your stopwatch was, and then you unfortunately went down. Echoes of War has to flash away from Gosha. Is 2 levels down. Gosha wants to chase. He wants that Poppy. That may not have been it, and it will be a trade 1 for 2.
Yeah, I mean,
no, 2 for 2. My bad.
I mean, Gosha really needed to probably smite art there instead of going for the W if they wanted any chance of staying alive to reset the turret aggro. But I mean, that's just like a small play. They did pick up the kill in return. It is going to be 1 for 1.
Okay, Ubis now dropping dangerously low, but so is Crit. So it looks like they're trying to just use that advantage, but there is none, and Crit will be able to take out both of the enemy bot lane. Oh, no, Legendary Banana actually picked up that second kill, but it's a 2 for 2. 2-0 kill, 2v2, 2-0 kill for the side of Team Crit.
Yeah, great called them there. I was just a small mechanic. But I think Static Shiv, Vayne is one of the few champs that still like really enjoys the item. I mean, it's obviously still buildable on quite a few AD carries, but I think Static Shiv and Vayne, the reason I'm mentioning it here is because Wave Clear is single-handedly her biggest problem in the mid game, and Static Shiv fixes it, right?
Yeah,
it just straight up fixes it. And also, because the thing that makes Static Shiv punishing on quite a few of the other AD carries is that it doesn't have the stats that they need, but Vayne doesn't really mind like giving up some of these attacking stats. She's still going to be able to do huge things in these later team fights. Just how she naturally scales, right? When her W gets in line with the amount of true damage she comes forward with. So I do like the Static Shiv handed now as the Triforce picked up as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And while I do want to note, while they are 9 kills ahead, the gold lead is actually pretty even. So yeah, it is 17-8 when you look at the kill score. But I think ultimately they are not that far behind for this side of Team Dragoon. This still can go either way. So definitely going to be looking more towards this dragon fight to see which team can come out on top. Obviously, a Wild Terry is still, even though he's 1-4, I still think he's going to be very dangerous on this Olaf if he's able to get onto one of these carries. Looks like he is going to back here for the dragon, but looks like I think it might be too late. Might just be best. Yeah, it looks like he is opting to stay, as it might just be a bit too late, and looks like they are just going to give the dragon, as a Wild Terry is not going to be there for it.
TP if they're trying anything there in the bot lane. You know, a Wild Terry does have about 1,000 gold leads because of all this turret and all this CS he's managed to pick up for that bot lane roam. But I think all the gold that's on the Vayne, the 1,000 gold lead there is like back on the Vayne, and then there's a big gold lead in the mid lane as well toward the Tristana. But I mean, when you're really looking at it, it's the Gragas and the Gragas and the Lissandra, which the ones who are falling behind a bit on the side of Team Crit, are the more supportive picks, whereas the Kayn and the Vayne have more of their gold on them. Whereas some of the carries, like the Caitlyn's fallen quite far behind, and the Tristana is probably going to struggle to have an impact on this game. She could still find the angles, but I still think practically the gold is a lot better spent on the side of Team Crit. But this Tristana can still find play. She can still get on this Tristana. can still do a lot of work. So we'll just see how it all goes as Wild Terry is.
All right, here we go. It's a 1v1. Oh, no, 2v1 for the ages, but the CCMU comes through, and all of a sudden, Albino Sunbear, that is not the ult that you needed, as you cannot stop an Olaf. And here we go. There's the first kill going over to the side of Wild Terry, and now that he has the support of Legendary Banana, Gosha is a lot more confident. He gets the smite down. Will he be able to get the kill back on to the Olaf? Looks like they will, but what does that mean when the jungler is both side? That means Baron is on the menu, boys. Will they be able to take it in time? It looks like the ult comes through for a Swagity to push out the enemy Gragas. Fangus now dropping down to half health. The Caitlyn ult comes through, but it's blocked by Crit. And Crit is trying to get some damage back, pushed away by Echoes of War. Pop in from Swagity, but now here comes the rest of the squad. Gosha is here. Legendary Banana flashes and gets onto Ubis, but Gosha is wreaking havoc on the enemy team as Lethal Lime drops down low as well. And now he's trying to save his ADC, but Ubis is trying to zone so that he can get a little bit of damage back onto Gosha. And oh no, Legendary Banana tried to get the dash onto Ubis, but accidentally runs into a trap. So Ubis now has to flash away to keep his Baron alive. So at the end of the day, that was a lot of action at opposite ends of the map, but the Baron, and I think the gold lead overall going over to the side of Team Dragoon.
Yeah, I mean, obviously this is what Team Crit have been doing all series. Now it's going to be Dragons doing it. When they see numbers on the opposite side of the map, they have this double marksman, so they obviously get through this battle really, really quickly.
Yeah, I think a Wild Terry just running low on that Rift Herald had to drop it so that it didn't time out. He does have the support of his team, so he might actually be able to try and get a charge off. No, never mind. No, they're opting to back off. The eye is exposed. They will not, unfortunately, get a charge at all out of that second Rift Herald. So that is 2 Rift Heralds that are ultimately squandered here from Team Dragoon. They are in the lead right now, but I can't help but wonder if how much further they would be in the lead if had they used those Heralds more effectively.
Yeah. One thing to note is that this Tristana, I feel, is being piloted a lot more effectively on Swigity than it was by Ubis. In this mid game, right? As we can see, these 2 turrets have been taken in the mid lane. This is really what you want your Tristana to do, right? You want this Tristana when they get the lead, you want them to be hitting these turrets. You want them to be destroying them. Just Tristana has amazing turret clearing capabilities. What would you say? Turret destroying capabilities? Probably better worded there.
I want to say also this is probably the scariest 2-5 person I've ever seen. Obviously, that kill count not really reflective of just how dangerous Terry is on this Olaf. Echoes of War stopping the first dash from Gosha, and now forced to flash away as Legendary Banana pops his own ultimate. But now here comes Wild Terry. Never mind, he's backing away.
Yeah, I mean, flash out there from Poppy, but there's no summoner spells on the bot line of Team Crit here, so maybe a tad bit scary as they're sitting in this mid lane. And this Caitlyn ult does quite a bit of damage actually.
Does have the 2 items, so it's not like the Caitlyn is doing negative damage, as I feel like some Caitlyn's that are behind can do. They are still, double the kills on the side of Team Crit, so obviously the scores are not very representative of the gold right now. That's why I'm saying, Olaf, probably the scariest 2-5 member I have ever seen, because you do not want to get caught by this Olaf in any way whatsoever, as he will absolutely wreak havoc on your team. Sitting about a little over 1,000 gold in the lead. Swigity, like you mentioned, really piloting this Tristana effectively, using that split push to the best he can. But now Fangus is here trying to try to get the ultimate off, but the buffer there from the Tristana will make sure that they get away. Meanwhile, here comes the fight. Wild Terry is trying to get onto the enemy team. Now he's CC immune, and he's going to pop his ultimate, but he just gets popped in return. Poppy does manage to force out the Rakan, but that is not the member that you were looking to isolate from the rest of the team. Echoes of War trying to get onto Gosha. Gosha does have that ultimate should he need it. Echoes of War will go down, and Gosha with the ult will take out the Galio as well. Albino Sunbear flashes forward, gets the root onto Ubis. The final auto is blocked by the stopwatch, and it is yet again Team Crit coming out on top.
Fangus got solo killed there.
Yeah, Fangus did get solo killed, so yay. Little bit of a little victory there, I guess, for Swigity.
This Tristana is managing to crack open a tier 2 turret for that and get a little bit of damage onto this tier 3. Definitely not worth, but it is something.
Gold is still relatively even. So
Yep.
even though they are 13 kills ahead, that actually is very indicative of like how Team Dragoon have really been able to play very effectively in this mid game, as they have been really able to, you know, push their objectives. They are down in Dragons now, so I want to say stat-wise they're probably not even as the Gold League would suggest, but they have gotten 5 turrets to their opponents too. I want to say, like, their team, I would say they're losing at this point, but I don't think they're losing to the point of no return like they were in game 2.
No, of course. Yeah, I was going to say, there is like a 50 CS lead in top lane and a 50 turret lead there in mid lane. So that is where all their gold lead is. I do kind of need to see this Tristana starting to come around for fights though. She's kind of wrung everything out that she can do toward this split pushing, and the team is obviously struggling in fights, right? They really have the upfront damage too.
All right, looks like Swoogity is now trying to dive into this 1v2 and will get the kill onto Albino Sunbear, as they did not have stopwatch, so maybe jumping the gun a little bit there, maybe a little bit overconfident, and it's just a solo kill going over to Swoogity. Meanwhile, CC immune, and the ghost popped here by the Olaf. The ult will run out, but the barrel will only push him to safety, and that is 2 solo kills picked out of opposite ends of the map here for Team Dragoon. All of a sudden, they're back online.
Yeah, the solo lane is really showing what they can do with their leads. This Tristana having a massive fight now. This double marksman comp is gonna start transferring. Ghost is gonna see if he can get a little peek at the action.
It would be a 4v3. We'd still have Olaf pushing down the bot lane. He does not have TP, so it looks like he's just going to push in towards this bot side turret. Meanwhile, here comes Legendary Banana. Does get the charm onto Ubis, but was immediately ejected here by the Poppy. Lethal Lime will fall, but Gosha will fall next, and that is huge for the side of Team Dragoon. Echoes of War now dropping dangerously low, so is Ubis, and Crit will able to get the double kill here as he is able to take out the enemy ADC. Will it be even more? The final auto comes through. Triple kill for Crit. But at what cost? It's an inhibitor taken here for a Wild Terry. So, and now here comes the TP. So they actually will likely... but never mind. It looks like a Wild Terry sees that happen, and now he's actually just going to go back down. And they might, and all of a sudden Vegas is like, oh, what, we done messed up, kids, we have to go back. And he's already gonna go back, and here comes a Wild Terry looking to knock on their door here. But here comes Gosha. CC immune. Looks like Terry is just focusing the turrets, but he will eventually drop. Oh, and it looks like there's a fight going on. Red team has stolen the Baron. Swoogity picks up the Baron, and it's a disaster here for Team Crit. All of a sudden, Team Dragoon, you are not out of the finals yet.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be a 5k gold lead open inhibitor with the Nexus turret being raised. Be a big problem. Is Gosha looking for something here? No, it's just gonna be, they're just gonna march through into this mid lane. I think they shouldn't be able to end off this, I wouldn't imagine. Gosha managing to get onto that back line.
Yeah, Fangus drops already very, very low. The Caitlyn ultimate, not quite enough to take him out, but will force him all the way back to the fountain. They will be able to take out their second inhibitor turret. And now they are knocking on the door of TLCST. You thought this series was over, it might just be getting started.
Yeah, it's looking that way now. 5k gold lead on the side of the Dragoons here. They're going to be able to set up. They're going to be able to secure this this Hextech Dragon. So it's going to be 3-2 in terms of dragons as long as everything goes to plan. I mean, I think Team Crit wanna contest this dragon, but like they would probably lose and all die and lose the game. So I don't think it would be the most ideal thing to do. Unless they want this series to go longer.
They're looking for content.
Yeah, yeah. No,
No, in all seriousness, looks like it will be a bit of a fight here. Legendary Banana steps a little bit close to the sun, but again is not hit into that wall. Echoes of Ward not able to find the right angle, so Legendary Banana able to just walk away. Still about a 5k gold lead here for the side of Team Dragoon. They are able to pick up that dragon insanely fast, so no contest whatsoever. While Terry has now picked up the Guardian Angel. He is 3-7, and I dare say he is the scariest person on the map right now.
Yeah. One thing to note is that there is a Warden's Mail picked up there for the Vayne, Death Dance picked up for the Kayn, Zonya's picked up on both the top laner and the mid laner there of Team Crit. So into this full AD comp, they aren't really tanky, but with the armor shred picked up on the double marksman, they will start to shred through this. So maybe it's somewhat negated, this double marksman. This God, what am I saying? Sorry.
No worries.
Maybe the armor has. Scrap that point. Nah, let's scrap that point. Okay.
No, I think I know what you're talking about. Like the armor has
I mean,
a bit of a less impact now that the armor shred is there. But no, you do raise a good point. The more they stack armor, the harder it will be for this double ADC comp to kill. But you know, with the Lord Doms picked up, but here we go. Looks like the fight has started. Albino Sun Bear has to ult himself to keep himself alive. Swiggy forced to flash out as well. The stopwatch comes through. They cannot take out the Lysandra, but now they have CC immune. Olaf, can you stop a Viking? No, you cannot. As down they go. You cannot stand against a wild Terry in his true form. Gosha will be the last one to fall. And finally, we have a win coming over to Team Dragoon. They are not out of this series yet. The finals will continue.
Yeah. And I feel like Wild Terry was CC immune for like 15 seconds there. I'm not quite sure, but yeah, no, it was a really good game from Wild Terry in the top lane. He was shut down a bit in the early game, but I think when we saw Wild Terry on this carry, on this Olaf pick, he really managed to take over the game, and I think it was him making plays on bot side, which dragged out all the pressure, which allowed them to go for those early barons, which allowed them to keep the gold lead. And I think the Tristana was piloted a lot better in that mid game as well, managing to shred through those turrets. So yeah, I think it was just a lot better performance there from the laners and in the mid game there from Dragoons. How do you find it, Willie?
Yeah, honestly, very crazy game. I thought it might have been over there because Dragoons they got a little bit of an early lead. They got that 1st blood again, but it was starting to look really bad. They were giving up a few kills, and even as the game's ending, are they still down? They're still down 7 kills as the game's ending there. So, honestly, it's hard to see like how you can win a game like that, but they managed to do it. They did not get any dragons, but they actually flipped the script and did what TLCST did to them in the first game and snuck that Baron away. And I think that was a large contributing factor to their win in this game. They were getting a lot of towers in those side lanes, just because their comp allows them to go for that. That Olaf into the Gragas is a really good matchup for him. He can just get those dives off really easily once he's got that hull breaker in a 1v1. You've got to send more members down to stop him, or else he's just going to kill the Gragas, wait out the Zonyas, and finish the kill, right? And then the Tristana, a really, really nice performance there as well, splitting on the other side of the map. So you've got split pushers on both sides of the map, just smartly pressuring, and it leads them to a win there. They're able to win a couple of fights and close it out, and that's exactly what they needed, a sort of second win here. And now that they've got Terry on like a true carry, I mean that's what we were all waiting to see, was Terry to split and sort of be the top laner getting these solo kills. And even though Ubis didn't get quite the lead that he did in the first 2 games, it didn't matter because the whole there was things happening all over the map. It wasn't just like a one-sided, like, well, we've got one person with the lead and everybody else is sort of, whatever. You've got multiple carries, you've got multiple ways to pressure the maps, so that gives you multiple options to decide how you want to play the game, and that ended up getting them this win. So
Yeah.
it's 2-1 now, and they're still down, and they've still got to win 2 games in a row if they want to win here.
Mhm.
I'm thinking that maybe we'll see the drafts evolve a little bit more in this stage of the game because we saw Terry on that carry champion. We might see some more of those targeted bans towards him
Yeah.
and saving the utility jungler bans for later after this game. We might see some other target bans. The Tristana, Lissandra, Rakan have all been picked every single game here, so I expect to see at least 1 or 2 of those picks taken out in the drafting phase of this next game. What I really do not want to see is the same 3 bans from each team. At this point,
Oh, yeah.
you've got to make just small adjustments. Nothing too crazy, but you want to sort of pinpoint where each team is having their strengths lie, and try and target that in the draft. And I think we're in for a very exciting next game now. I think we're in for a very exciting game 4 now.
Yeah, we should be. I think these teams are gonna start to settle into each other, um, especially because they both teams have wins now. Both teams know what they need to do to win. How they need to play the game. It was a good team fighting and good smart decision there from Team Crit in the mid game, and it was the turret pressure from and the carries there from Team Dragoons. So I think both teams now know what they need to do to win and what the other team needs to do to win as well. So I think we are going to see that reflected in the bans there. Hopefully, I don't want to see the same bans again. I don't think that would be. That'd be the most ideal, but it is going to be Dragoons back on the blue side and Team Crit on the red side. I don't know if we see these drafts reflected mirrored again.
Yeah,
Or what?
I think a really good thing for DRG is I think they looked so deflated in game 2, after they had such a huge early lead in that game 1, and then I think they just kind of carried over to game 2, and I'm so glad that they were able to bounce back in game 3. They have that confidence now. They know they can win. They know that they have the ability to outplay the enemy team. I think they just have to, put that into practice and say, okay, this is how we win. This is how we shut down the enemy team. This is how we're going to play for the rest of the series. I think now that they have that confidence, we're going to see, maybe not in draft. I'm kind of scared that we're gonna get the same 3 bans each time, but maybe not reflected in draft. I think reflected in their gameplay. I think that Echoes of War had a much better game 3 than he did in game 2. Didn't fall as behind in CS or in levels. Like, he still was playing very supportive style. Sacrificed CS in order to make sure that his lanes were safe. Think he played much better, but I think now that he can build off that confidence that he got from game 1 and that he got from game 3 and try to carry that forward now into game 4.
I do want to
Yeah.
say, I think there's one thing that TLCST could do to make this a pretty good chance of a win for them, and that is that they have got to support Gosha in this next game. Gosha has been performing every single game. Even in this last loss, he is doing way more than the enemy counterpart jungler. They have got to support Gosha in whatever he is deciding to do. He has got to be the leader for his team. He has got to be calling out objectives. He has got to be making proactive plays. And I think one thing that could lead to Gosha running away with his lead is if they manage to find a bot lane where the support can roam and help Gosha make plays across the map. I think that if they draft something like a safe ADC or something, I don't know what they're gonna do, but if they can get their support out of bot lane and following Gosha around for a little bit, I think that they've got a good chance of getting him to carry their team to a victory in this next game. That's what I want to see coming out of them from this next game.
Yeah, I mean, I think also the Kane build was a tad bit questionable there from Gosha. Just another thing. I'm not sure how that build works. Yeah, no, I would agree. If they can really focus on Gosha, have their jungle as their primary carry there, would be That would be nice to see, but I think maybe from Team Crow we just see them default back into what they were doing in the first game. Maybe see that Gwen picked up. But I really would like to see this Olaf Fiora banned away early, and then they because it was that Olaf that was really turning point in that game. I felt it just and the Tristana getting such a huge lead as well. Cracking open that whole turret, cracking open all those turrets. So maybe I want to see them both banned, but then that does leave open the Maokai, which we've seen. Well, it could possibly leave open the Maokai, which I think is the scariest jungler in the draft league. It's just got such safe, reliable engage, such a safe, healthy clear there as well. So I am not sure where they're going to go with it, but I'll be interested to see what they change up, see how they play in coming into this game 4.
Yeah,
but it's always interesting, right? Sorry. It's
ahead.
always interesting to see how a team reacts after their first loss, right?
Right.
We saw Team Dragoons not really change too much. In their game 2, they had a very similar kind of draft with the like range of the digs compared to the Syndra. The top lane be not as winning as you would desire it to be. The jungler being more of a supported pick. It wasn't all the same, but it was similar. And we saw them go on to lose that game, and then we saw them change their draft. But I would want to probably see the adaptations coming just a bit sooner there from Team Grit. It is always interesting, right?
Yeah, and I do think that no matter what happens in this draft here, you've got to put Terry on something that can split push in this game 4. I think that that is one of the most critical things that you've got to have on your team, because he just did so much more split pushing in that game 3 than he was able to do in the first 2. But we'll see what these teams decide to do as we are swinging it into the draft for game 4.
Yep, as we kick off the draft here, game 4, so far, all 3 bans on each team have been the same as this jinx. Looks like we're not letting it through either. Are we getting the, I think it was a move? No!
Olaf ban.
We have one different ban. Heck yeah! We are not letting the Olaf through. Terry, obviously a menace on that pick. Making sure that he cannot pilot it this time around. Yeah. So, very slight change to the draft, and it looks like it's Tristana here picked up for DRG.
Here, do you think?
Sorry?
Are they going to pick up Lissandra Rakan?
Lissandra Rakan has to, like, that's what they've done every single time, right? So unless they have something spicy here, locked in, but I'm assuming they're just going to revert back to what they've been piloting so far in this series. So Zeri.
Ooh.
Yeah, two games on Zeri. So
are they gonna pick up the Rakan? They're gonna play the Lissandra? Are they gonna play something different for once in their life?
But like when you think,
I'm not gonna diss what's working, right?
Albino Sunbear equals Lissandra. It's like this is just how it works.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it has been working for them. They've been playing. They played those first 2 games quite well. Yep, there it is.
There's Lissandra picked up for the 4th game in a row for the TLCST mid laner. Not really shocking, especially at this stage of the series. I'm assuming DRG is well aware of the fact that they're likely to pick up that Lissandra early on in the draft, and are likely adjusting their own picks to complement that. So Zeri, Lissandra, maybe even going on a limb here, maybe Rakan on that 3rd pick, but we will see. Meanwhile, Amumu, which was banned all 3 of the first games, finally going through and will be picked up here for Echoes of War. Obviously that same sort of supportive jungle style that he has been playing so far this series. So and honestly clears quite a bit faster than J4 and Poppy. So hopefully able to kind of counteract some of those farming diffs that have been occurring in these games. And Galio, the last pick up here for DRG.
I think Galio, it just provided just a bit more safety there in the bot lane, especially with the Caitlyn lane. I'm not sure how the Galio pairs up quite with the Tristana, but it's also still that flex into the mid lane there, into Lissandra. I don't think it's the worst matchup there either. I think it's quite a good pickup. And the Amumu is just a classic from the jungler of the side of Dragoons here. Is one of its favorites, and it's going to be the Ornn picked up on the other side.
All right, I'm expecting a Fiora ban here because you cannot let Terry onto that Fiora if you are going to lock in Ornn. There it is.
Yep.
So, obviously, Fangus has had a pretty decent series, but obviously still playing into a player that has much more experience, I want to say. So obviously, opting in for one of the safest top laners in the game. In that Ornn, you're able to stay up top, farm up, build your own items, never have to leave lane, and then eventually you will still turn into this assassin, tank, mage, AD carry, DPS that your team needs you to be on that Ornn. So, also taking out the Camille, another very good anti-tank pick. Meanwhile, on the other side, DRG taking out 2 jungle picks in the Kha'Zix and the Gwen. Both have been piloted in TLCST wins. So definitely trying to limit the options that Gosha has this game.
Unfortunately, my Risen stats isn't quite working. But I just wanted to have a quick look as to who as to the other champions that Water had played, but it is Viego.
Viego, the Ruined King, come through. So bit of an edgelord phase here for Gosha, as he did just lock in Kane, now going in for the Viego.
Yeah, I mean,
obviously, Viego, one of the most fun champions in my opinion. If you can really start to pop off on those team fights, it is a very, very good time for you. So,
I mean,
Alawi, not a champion you see a lot of nowadays, but
I think it is a champion he plays. I feel like I've seen him on it before. But like, yeah, Viego is my one trick. It's about 700,000 points deep now.
Dang.
I completely I love this champion. I think it's just it's what makes League of Legends alive for me. Well, when playing League of Legends, I love watching League of Legends, casting on League of Legends, but playing League of Legends Viego is the only thing that keeps it fresh for me. I think it's the little ADHD brain when you could like turn into another champion, make a sick play maybe. But no, I love this champion picked up, but it's gonna be Alawi and Ziggs picks up. I think the Alawi is, I mean, it's a solid champion, and for some reason I want to actually like see if like everybody else feels this. In the past month, Alawi is perma pick banned in my solo queue games. I don't know if that's just me, but I always see Alawi, and it's going to be the Ziggs picked up, has that range advantage.
I do not see a lot of Alawi actually. My opinion, I do not see a lot of Alawi as a jungler. Whenever I do see an Alawi, I ignore it because
of course. Because
in the early game, obviously you want to try and abuse that, but you gank an Alawi post 6, you're asking to die. So I think especially since Gosha has been trying to limit the amount that Terry can influence this game, I think the Alawi is perhaps one of the better picks to try and turn these 1v2 scenarios. So definitely an interesting draft here yet again. It's I think it's going to be Ayub is back on the Tristana though, as we see the Ziggs locked in here. I believe that it'll be going over to Swiggity.
Can I just mention I love Tarak here. I really, really love Tarak here. I think Tarak Zeri is quite. Well, I mean, like any lane with Zeri, you're kind of often giving in the early levels, but I think Tarak Zeri, especially on 6, has a lot of have a lot of go power. I think Tarik just completely counters the enemy team. They have a lot of they really want to go in. So when Tarik just presses that ult button, it just kind of negates all the engage with Amumu, Tristana, Galio all jumping in. It has the ability to keep this area incredibly healthy, to keep people healthy in fights, scales incredibly well. I really love Tarik. I really love him as a support right now as well, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah. I think if the burst isn't too high, because I think the wombo combo here for the side of DRG is immense. You get the Amumu ult on top of the Galio ult, on top of the Ziggs ult, on top of Tristana jumping in. I think the burst could really be there. That could potentially negate what Terika is trying to accomplish. If they are able to burst within the, I think it's, 2 seconds it takes for the Criterical to proc?
Yeah,
so if they're able to burst in those 2 seconds, like that, whatever key targets they're trying to assassinate, then I favor the DRG draft. If they're not, if they're too far behind, then obviously I think the Taric is an amazing pick here.
Yeah. Yeah, so
Oh,
I
okay.
oh
Actually,
what
it
was
might
saying?
be Swoogity on the Tristana. Actually, we might be getting a Ziggs Galio bot
Hmm,
lane.
interesting. I think um I mean,
I
I
actually
think
like
I
this.
loved I loved what Sukuti did on the Tristana last game, but I'm not sure how I feel about the Ziggs Galio bot line. I think maybe Ziggs doesn't have the ability to punish Zeri as much as Tristana does, and get that early lead in the same way. And I think if this Zeri manages to get ahead, this Zeri Tarek manage to get ahead or even stay equal, and continue to shove these waves in and stay equal with wave clear on the Ziggs. Um,
One thing I
it,
do like though, they might not be looking to punish the Zeri and instead are
Mhm.
looking to punish the Lissandra. I think
Yep.
Swoogity on the
Mhm.
Tristana last game played the lane exceptionally well. It really
Yeah.
limited what Albino Sunbear was really trying to accomplish on that Lissandra. So I think Swoogity does have a bit of a easier time in lane. Yes, Ubis will be playing a lot more passively. This allows Lethal Lime to maybe look for more roam opportunities. So I actually really do like this.
Yeah.
I think that Swoogity, obviously their one win comes with him on Tristana. So I think maybe just, relying more on what has worked for them in the past might be
Yeah.
the most effective tactic here.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I agree. I mean, it's Viego Lissandra. I don't know what team comp I prefer, to be honest. I think Viego Lissandra is quite incredibly strong. Um, I think Ornn's also strong, and I like Zeri Tarek, but I think this Tristana Ziggs as well, with how Sabukati was playing, can like just completely shred the turrets, and a Wild Terry can just get a massive lead on this Alawi and be a side laning menace. So I have no idea how this is going to go. I think
I think this really the team fighting, the 4v4 team fighting power really does benefit DRG. I think if you could keep Terry ahead in a side lane, you force someone, if it's Lissandra, if it's Ornn, either way, you lose a huge team fighting element because Lissandra can't get her passive off in team fights, and Ornn has the strongest engage on that team. So if you're able to take one of the enemy team to the side lane and has to respond to Wild Terry, I think the 4v4 will favor DRG with the Amumu ultimate, with Tristana, with the Ziggs ultimate, with Galio ultimate following up on the Amumu. I think that their team fight is a lot stronger when it's a 4v4. If it's a 5v5, I actually think that Team Crit is a lot stronger just because Alawi, she has to be ahead to be of any influence in a team fight. She has no she has no hard CC. Like she does have a massive slow on her E if you can land it, but I think that Alawi just has a lot more impact in the side lane. So I think these 5v5 team fights, when we get into the later game, playing around Baron, playing around Elder, I think Alawi needs to take TP, first of all. I don't know what summoner spell she took in order to drag that pressure to a side lane and then try to help her team. That's where I think DRG can look for the angle here. Right before we go to break, one last thing you got for us? Or?
No, I don't think so. I'm really excited to see how this game shapes out. Two really exciting comps. I just want to say this series, these comps have actually been really fun. I've actually really enjoyed
agree.
them.
It hasn't been. I mean, if I had to say, I would say Team Crit maybe a little bit boring just because they keep going back to the Zeri, back to the Lissandra.
Yeah.
But overall, I do want to say I'm very, very happy with the draft so far. They do provide new exciting angles. But before we hop into game 4, still match point here for Team Crit. We will have to go to a short break. We will be right back with more finals action here on Risen Esports. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Game 4. We do apologize. There was some technological issues with one of the players. Their ping was very, very high, so they opted to restart their computer, I believe. So, do apologize for the delay, but welcome back to Game 4 action. Game point for Team Crit. They're still backs against the wall for Team Dragoon. How do they navigate this game in a similar way to Game 3, which will put them not only to match point themselves, but back even in this series?
Yeah, I mean, I think they need to play around their split pushing capabilities because they obviously have three great wave shovers, three great split pushes there. The Ziggs, the Tristana, and the Alawi all can shred through turrets incredibly fast. So they just need to play around that. They need to play smart around their side lanes. They need to and then they need to use that pressure to turn it into objectives. But I think also if you're on the side of Team Crit, you need to just be able to garner quite a big lead in the early game. Play around the pressure you have with this mid jungle. You need to play around the pressure you have in this bot lane as well. Maybe start to try stack an early dragon or two, because I think with this Viego pathing down, they should be able to find some impact in this bot lane. Get it pushed out, get this lead, get this advantage. As there's actually an on the way ping into mid lane. Maybe they feel Tristana is slightly overextended, but I feel like she'll just be able to hop right out of there.
Most likely, yeah. Definitely looks like early on, I feel like the trades are going as we expected. The poke coming in from Ubis and the Wild Terry really starting to, flex on this Ornn in whatever way he can. But no crazy... Oh, no, I was about to say no crazy shenanigans going on, but here goes Swoogity just dashing in, but dashing right back out. Will be able to get a good trade, but Gosha wants revenge for his mid laner. Swoogity down incredibly low. Nerves of steel. He is not flashing, good sir. But meanwhile, down in bot lane, Crit will flash as he's trying to get away from the Galio. So overall, no flash traded in mid lane for a trash flake traded in the bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, that's obviously not great. I'm sorry, losing a flash, but we're seeing if there's something around. One thing to note is that Zeri has noticed that it is a less aggressive lane, doesn't need the Doran's Blade or the Longsword with the 3 pots in this lane, so it's going to pick up a Color instead.
Yeah, I feel like Crit is just playing way too aggro right now. He has no flash, he is very low. There's flash on Lethal Lime, he just leveled up. Okay, he did back up. Okay, but there we go. There's the poke coming through. The flash coming through. There's as well the ignite. And first blood for Ubis. 4 games in a row. The bot lane is smashing Crit.
I mean, Crit didn't press cleanse. I mean, I think he was perfectly fine to walk out if he just cleansed the ignite. Or am I wrong?
I don't know. I think after you lose your flash like that, you have to play way safer than what Crit was playing. He was taking poke for free, was really mispositioning, I feel, in this matchup. So overall, just I feel like a lot of misplays there for the Team Crit bot lane. And yeah, just very, 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 very difficult to navigate. Meanwhile, Swoogity does manage to get the bomb onto Albino Sunbear. Again, just playing this lane so much better than he did in the first 2 games. I think opting to move him onto this Tristana has been a really, really good decision, as he is just piloting the champions so much. Not saying that Ubis wasn't playing effectively. Early on, he was getting like 5-6 kills on the Tristana, but I think just Swoogity playing the lane much better than than he was in the past. And look at that, just free chunk onto the enemy mid laner.
Yeah, and I think it does just suit the playstyle they're going for better. We did mention that in the in the first 2 games when it was Swoogity on some of these scaling mages, they felt a bit missing in the game. I just felt like they weren't really around, but onto this Tristana, they've had massive pressure. They felt a lot more alive. It's a lot more like it's their champ.
All right, there's the cleanse finally coming out from Crit. Drop down to about half health, but here comes Gosha. Now looking for the kill onto Lethal Lime, who does not have flash, used it in the kill earlier, and Lethal Lime will go down without much of a fight. Crit picks up that kill.
It's not a fun Viego fact, by the way. Viego is going to keep that magic shield until it gets hit off him.
That is fun.
From the Gallagher passive. Yeah, fun little fact.
I did not know that.
Yeah, I mean Viego just being one of those champions that has all these crazy little interactions.
Makes sense.
It happens with Neferi as well, by the way. If you take over Neferi, you get to keep her dogs, and it's really cute. You just run around with dogs.
Wow. Until the dogs
destroyed.
die, which I'm assuming they do at some point, but...
Yeah, they will eventually die. That's fun little facts. Is there looking for something maybe in this mid lane?
And for the first time in this series, Echoes of War actually has a CS lead over his counterpart. So,
I
think we need to screenshot this, because Gosha falling behind on CS. What are you doing, man?
It has managed to find that kill in the bot lane, though. It's not going to be all too bad. But yeah, I think Echoes of War just feels more comfortable on the Amumu with the clear, just over some of the other champions. Because I think they just have a lot more time on the champion. Managing to get through these camps. They know more roughly where they want to be. They know the limits of their champ, the limits of their clear. So is skipping less camps to try and impact these players. As I was saying, they're gonna try to convert this into a bit of an early.
Oh, here comes Albino Sunbear with that ultimate. Ubis drops dangerously low. Does not flash until it is far too late, and the Galio will go down as well. But meanwhile, in top lane, Wild Terry is like, hey, you think you're safe just because you have a turret? No, sir. We'll be able to trade one back, but that is a double kill in the bot lane for Team LCST.
This top lane lead is absolutely massive. 1k gold lead, XP lead. This whole wave is going to crash and lose a lot. Oh, and it's Echoes of War invading for the first time in the series.
Yeah, has he ever crossed over into the other side of the jungle in this series? Like,
I mean, I think probably to place a wall to sweep out some vision, possibly, but it's the first time we see do some aggressive jungling here. And really played finding their opportunity.
Like I said, I felt like Echoes of War, in that game too. I just felt like his confidence was shaken, and now that you know he's back on like a bit of a winning side, meanwhile back in bot lane, Lethal Lime does manage to get the double taunt, so they aren't able to over chase. But as I was saying, I feel like Echoes of War just needed to get a little bit of confidence back, and I feel like in Game 3 he has really gained that confidence, and you can see he's farming effectively. He's taking advantage of, Viego shows bot. That means I can invade the top side. Like he's thinking a lot clearer now, I feel, and that is very, very good to see. You want to see that proactive plays from your jungler. So very, very well played here from Echoes of War. Already looking stronger on this Amumu here in Game 4.
Yeah, and because of this massive lead Alawi has managed to gain, there is a the gold is slightly in favor of this side of Dragoons here. But yeah, the gold lead in the bot lane is about 800 towards the Zeri as well. So this Zeri is gonna be quite far ahead, especially when she picks up this extra gold from the Cole, which is not a situation she's really been in before. Crit's never been ahead in this bot lane. Until the later stage of the game, obviously. So it's interesting to see how they use that bot lane lead to play throughout this mid game, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And looks like we're doing a bit of a Rift Herald dance here as Gosha and Echoes of War are just kind of hovering around this objective. But with the top lane push, Wild Terry can rotate down quicker. So Gosha playing with a little bit of fire here does opt to just walk away.
I mean, has the Heartbreaker up and the support is moving up now, so it would be a 4v5 as Crit is being forced under his turret. No, but they're just deciding to give it up, both teams.
Who needs the objective?
Yeah, true. Gosha realized that with the way that the mid lane and top lane are, there wasn't really an opportunity to try face check that. With the Tristana Alawi first move, Amumu's just gonna stun you up for 5 seconds until Alawi Tristana can get there first before your laners. Although saying that, the way the Saw we did
legendary banana stepping a bit too far, does have to pop that flash, and Crit already at half health, not really looking for a fight, so they are just going to lose the flash on their support.
Yeah, just gonna. That's slightly unfortunate. But I was just saying, the way Lissandra and On function, they have a lot wider range of engage, right? They can impact from further away. Lissandra has the ability to travel just that bit further, and On can obviously on home from the top of the map. And so with the Tarak moving, maybe there was an opportunity, but they decided the safer play is just to come clear the camps down. As Amumu is now starting up that Rift Herald. Feels incredibly safe. Galio's just going to clear out of control.
Yeah, only just now starting the Rift Herald. I feel like he could have taken it several minutes ago, though.
Yeah,
so definitely not the most ideal, but at least, you know, trading the objectives. They did lose the first dragon, but we'll be able to pick up that first Rift Herald. Makes sense with the top lane dominance that they have right now. So, meanwhile, it looks like back in mid lane, Swoogity just jumps out. Okay.
Yeah, first items are starting to trickle through here. Black Cleaver, Kraken's Flare picked up on, Alawi Tristana. The static shift picked up there for the Zeri. So
yeah, definitely a lot slower of a match so far. I think both teams now starting to feel the pressure of this series, not wanting to make a mistake. The slower paced game, who do you think that favors though?
Well, I mean, I think with this Zeri Viego Lissandra comp, it would probably, if it goes to team fighting, would have to favor the side of the side of Team Crit. But saying that, the lane in games without too much action, they should be able to garner quite big laning leads with this Alawi Tristana, and they should be able to get a lot of natural gold in this game. We can see about a 500 gold lead. Being a kill down on, so it's going to use the on horn to get the wave in here. To make sure he can't be dove like last time. Smart play there. He's going to have to recall. He's going to have the TP back up though in a few seconds.
Alright, their jungler's not really in a position to contest this dragon, so I'm assuming, yeah, we'll just go back over. So 2 dragons now going over to the side of TLCST. I think, you know, dropping these early dragons is not too detrimental for the side of Team Dragoon, as long as you don't give them that third dragon. You know, play out the early game and really try to get that lead onto Wild Terry, which I think they've done a really excellent job at doing. Now you have to fight for that third dragon. It is a Cloud Soul. It's not the most influential soul, but still giving over free stats is almost never worth it. So I think, you know, playing out the early game slow, playing for that third dragon is a very smart move here.
I mean, yeah, I think also, like I do say this, I think Cloud Dragon is either the least or the most influential dragon, right? Because slow resistance is just such a busted stat, and out of combat move speed is also incredibly strong on certain champions. Right?
No, the dragons are nice. I just think the dragon soul's a little underwhelming.
Yeah, I mean, it can be underwhelming, but there's also champions to it just love it and can abuse it. Zeri is one of them. A lot of these marksmen who just get stats on their own can abuse it and do love it. So I think sometimes it is useful. Sometimes it does feel useless. I think this is a case where it feels a bit more useless in this game. It feels like a Cloud Soul will not be too impactful. But yeah, it's just a small point. Yeah. It is going to be 3 minutes until that comes up. There's not really a lot to do. There's not really too much to talk about now.
Yeah, very slow-paced game. Like we said, not a lot of action, which you know, after the first 3 games were kind of non-stop. Oh, he kills there.
Yeah.
You know, kind of feeling a bit more, like I said, like both teams are playing a lot more cautiously, you know, not wanting to make a mistake. That first turret will fall here in the top lane. Wild Terry over almost 60 CS up over his counterpart 15 minutes in. Meanwhile, here, Lethal Lime forced to flash out as 4 members of the enemy team have rotated down. But now Gosha also forces out a flash from the enemy ADC. The Ziggs ult stops any potential dive, but again, no kills going over either side.
Yeah, I mean, one thing to mention is this is more of what we expected from this top lane matchup, right? On just going down 60 CS. This is what we expect when there's such a difference in the ranks in these top laners. And yeah, I mean, I think the Dragoons are playing just incredibly well. They're playing to what they need to play for. That's
the flash forward, and 1v2 will take out the enemy ADC, but he's not done. Lethal Line forced to, doesn't opt to run away. He's 3 levels down, and you cannot stand against a Zeri with ultimate. That is a 2v1 and then a 2v1 kill. 1v2 and then a 2v1 kill, as Legendary Banana will pop that heal onto Crit. But now, all of a sudden, after 3 games of dominance from the ADC, for Team Dragoon, all of a sudden Crit is the one coming out on top here.
Yeah, and I mean, it does feel a bit weird to talk about how well Dragoons are playing after they've just got double killed there in the bot lane. But I would still like to mention that the first tier 2 ones are now dissipated on the side of Team Crit. There's not really too much they can and that's just been them playing incredibly well, right? It's Alawi has been pressuring her lead, she's been pressuring her at the advantage, which is not something we saw in any of the series, really. We saw the Olaf get far ahead, but that was from the TP. That was like almost necessary to stop the dive from going too horrendously wrong. But this is the first game where we see pure lane dominance here, coming out from a wild Zeri like we expected, playing incredibly well, getting that Tari down, just gonna continue split pushing until it needs to be answered. We see Lissandra and Viego moving towards this top lane now, and also, it's this mid lane using that Rift Herald a lot more effectively than we saw in that in the prior games, right? We've seen the Rift Herald being used to crack open this mid tier one as well, which would normally make it a lot harder for the side of Team Crit to walk in and contest this dragon, but because of how big of a lead they have in that bot lane. They can use the Zeri to just shove in the waves. Its static shiv has incredible wave clear. They can use it to, they can use their bot lane pressure and their mid lane pressure to walk in, get these wards, get the vision. This dragon should be a pretty safe pickup, especially with a Mumu on this second Rift Herald. So there's
yeah. So like I said,
just
over. No, I still don't think giving over free stats is this ideal. Obviously,
no.
Now on Soul Point. Team Crit obviously in a very good position as far as dragon stacking goes. 18 minutes means I can get a 23-minute soul. That's one of the fastest souls I think I've ever seen, so definitely definitely ideal in that sense. But gold wise, still about 1,000k down, or 1,000 gold down. But ultimately, you know,
yeah,
I still think I would still favor TLCST for this early game, just because they've been able to stack these early objectives and put themselves in giving themselves a free win condition in that dragon seed.
Yeah, I'd very much hope they weren't 1 million gold down.
Yeah, 1,000k. Oh jeez, that's what the hell happened, guys? Like, okay, oh, but Wild Terry, I did say you're probably the best 1v2 champion, but if you cannot get your abilities off, it is not much of a 1v2. Now Echoes of War has to pay for your sins of greed. Gosha not opting to chase any further because they do not see Ziggs or oh no, never mind. They opted not to chase further because they figured Zeri could clean up here, as Crit will be now unstoppable. 5-1-1 on the Zeri. So again, just early game, I think has really been going over to Team Crit here, and you can see now that gold is even, and with the 3 dragons on the side of TLCST, I think they are in a very good position right now.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. People do talk about the Viego-Lissandra pairing in terms of team fights, in terms of the just pure resetting potential they have, and how snowballing the composition is when they get that first kill. But also, they just have like so much. They just have so much burst. They have so much upfront damage here that comes out, and so. Yeah, it was a good pick finding on the Alawi, just finding that they were overstaying. Alawi thought, I feel like I could combine to this, I feel really strong right now, but with the Lissandra on, then the Spectrum Wall coming out, then the Lissandra route, Alawi really couldn't do too much, and then Win was chased down at the end of it. Well played there. And they now need to consider on the side of Dragoons how they get these big leads that they have. on Tristana and Alawi and convert that into a win.
Yeah, because especially now that your opponent is already on soul point, your carries really haven't snowballed like you want them to. I feel like you really have to start emphasizing, okay, guys, our back's against the wall. We need to pull the trigger on one of these plays. Like, we need to throw this game back into our favor. And one way you do that, I'm not saying take the 50-50, but you see a favorable position, you have to be ready to jump on it.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Alawi is going to continue splitting into this top lane, but I think with this Lissandra on her 2 items, especially with the buffs, her wave clear is insane now, right? Like after the buffs, she'll be able to just completely chew through this waves with the Zeri on the other side as well. With the Zeri in the mid lane, sorry, they won't be able to push this in too far. So I don't think these tier 2s are going to fall anytime soon. Viego hovering around this top side, making sure Alawi can't do anything. So yeah, I do agree with you. They need to take these 2 massive solo laners they have, and they need to try find this Zeri in a team fight. They need to try get on top of her, have a big ultimate there from the Alawi.
Okay. It looks like Terry here is looking for a bit of a solo kill, but no one on his team is really around to save him. Meanwhile, Albino Sunbear has the squad here to back him up. Crit facing down Ubis in the mid lane. Looks like Terry is just going to be able to walk away.
Yeah, Tristana there with the safety TP. Key thing, their top laner safe, they make sure they can't go too far, and it's going to be the Rift drop. Crit is getting quite low.
Okay,
yeah.
Oh my God. No, but Crit, I was going to say it's Zeri. I don't think you can really fight that in a 3v1. They will just trade 1 for 1, but the rest of the squad is here. Here comes the Ornhorn, and Echoes of War will fall victim to the Forge God's wrath, and Gosha will be the one to pick up that kill.
Yeah, I mean, I think... Nah, with Zeri dead, the Alawi pushing this top wave. I was gonna say maybe there's a Baron angle, but I don't quite think so.
Okay, and looks like Wild Terry will pop the ultimate. Does Alawi things? Alawi turning the fight yet again, and Wild Terry is not done. Now all he has is a legendary banana, but legendary.
He's dead. He's dead.
Against the might of Alawi, as I was saying. They want to go to Wild Terry. They want to shut him down. But when you are on this pick, you cannot do so.
No, you cannot. And, I mean, we were saying a play had to happen. It's a lot easier to make a play happen when it's handed to you and gift wrapped. So, yeah. I mean,
meanwhile, Swoogity flying a bit too close to the sun, does have to pop that ultimate, but now Crit all alone with no flash, does hop the wall. Zeri moment there for sure, will be able to escape.
Yeah, it's actually, it's I'm not sure how much Zeri played. That's actually like quite difficult to do, especially in the heat of the moment there. Because if you go into the Baron pit or you go just like a bit too skinny with it, that can turn disastrous. But no, made it all the way across the wall there. Well played, stay safe as Crit is now coming back down. Does not have the lightning crash there, but they're not going to decide to contest it. That would have been their soul.
Yeah, but I think, with Viego and legendary banana dropping in the top lane, they didn't really have any way to really set up that vision into a wombo combo team. So I think opting to, hey, we already have 3 dragons. We just give them 1, delay our soul a little bit. I think we'll be fine.
Yeah, I mean, they do still need to find a way to shut down this Tristana Alawi now has 3 items Hullbreaker picked up. I feel like she just feels unkillable. Like, I don't really know what they can do.
She's level 16.
Yeah, she
24 minutes in, she has 266 CS. She has taken the enemy jungle. Like, oh my goodness. This is the Wild Terry that we were expecting and unfortunately did not really see in these first 2 games. But
how do they stop this Baron?
No, that is true.
Because Alawi is the one with all the gold on her.
With Poke, apparently. With Poke, they forced them off the Baron. Albino Sunbear is still chasing. Meanwhile, down in bot lane, Wild Terry is just wreaking havoc. But back to this mid lane fight. Looks like the Poke was enough to get them off of Baron, and no one died on either side.
You're gonna die, but I'm gonna die. Oh, he's fine.
So yeah, that's how they stop the Baron. They throw bombs at them until until they stop hitting it.
Yeah, I mean, great advice in League of Legends, not great advice in life.
Yeah, you want your neighbor to really stop hitting your pet snake, just throw bombs at him and you'll be fine.
Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna keep him off. This 6, even though it's a bit it's 1-3-1 still, it's gonna have quite incredible poke.
Yeah, I think you know, with the Shadow Flame completed, the poke cannot be underestimated from the Ziggs, you know, especially when you combine that with the Leandries. Just, you know, you get hit by one bomb, you're getting drained by a significant amount of health. And here we go, Wild Terry once again landing on that soul, putting so much pressure, and Fangus on this Ornn can't really do anything about it. There's no TP on Wild Terry, unfortunately. Here we go. Fangus is looking to take out Wild Terry below the turret. Does pop that ultimate, flashes away. Wild Terry still taking turret aggro, but meanwhile in the Baron pit, looks like we have another fight brewing, but the main man for Dragoon isn't there. Meanwhile, Albino Sunbear does drop dangerously low, but does have the ultimate, but will. But Gosha is popping off on the Viego. Does get multiple resets, gets the hop out, and will stay safe. But overall, it's a 3-for-2 for Team Dragoon. They are not done yet. Meanwhile, Wild Terry has knocked down the inhibitor, and he is knocking on the base.
Yeah, Diego's coming back now, but actually Wild Terry's getting quite low now. The ultimate's gonna come out.
Yeah,
be careful.
He doesn't have the ult. He doesn't have ult. That's what makes Terry so unkillable. But looks like he's just, hey, I'm gonna ignore you. Oh no, he has the ult back. Never mind. He's a god again. He's a god. And he will take out not just the turret, but will take out the enemy top laner as well. Does drop dangerously low, but here come the boys to save their top laner. They will not get the kill on the Gosha, but they will escort Wild Terry out of there.
Yeah, realistically, I think if you put the Zeri or Lissandra and just say, just clear waves and don't interact with Lissandra, would have been fine, but I think...
Oh, but here comes the TP. Albino Sunbear says, you will go down. Mr. President does manage to get that kill, but now he pops his own stopwatch, and the rest of the squad is here. They have to run away. Ubis is going to be able to trade one kill back, but Echoes of War will likely drop here, as here comes the stun, and Gosha will pick up that final kill. So it's a 2-for-1 overall, but Baron is up. They might actually opt to look for it here, as Wild Terry and Echoes of War are down.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, but no, as I was saying, like, they just every sound.
Ubis in trouble. Ubis is not long for this world, but Swaggy will be able to salvage that play a little bit and pick up the return kill onto Crit. So now, with their main carry out, I don't think Baron is on the menu anymore.
No, yeah, I think going just a bit too deep there. Crit thought Ubis was overextending, but yeah, just good trade there from Swaggy. It's pinged and now coming towards Dragon. I think this is kind of uncontestable on the side of Team Crit. Still only 3k gold lead, but with how strong this Alawi feels, 4 items now. Did they just straight build the Serratos? I didn't see them have any components for it.
I didn't even notice. So perhaps they did get a lot of gold in that bot lane push. So wouldn't shock me if they just were able to build a full item.
Yeah.
Now has TP with the dragon spawning.
Crazy.
It is Soul. Will they opt to fight, or will they just look for the split here from the Alawi? So dragon started up. It's a 4v5 right now. Looks like
they have on TP. All the bombs, but it
looks like Wild Terry is just opting. Not really. Yeah, he should have TP'd by now if he wanted to look for this fight. Looks like they are just opting to give the dragon Soul. Smite picked up there. So kind of a weird play here. Looks like maybe they're just wanting. Oh, they just want Wild Terry to end. They're stopping backs. Gosha now dropping dangerously low as well, and the ult from Ziggs will stop the back as well. Oh, he's knocking on the Nexus. Wild Terry may just end this game. Oh, they're back now. They're back towards the Nexus. Legendary Bananas trying to stop him. Wild Terry now dropping dangerously low. Gets the final auto. Wild Terry has ended the game. We have Silver Scrapes coming through. This series is not over. We're going to Game 5.
Yeah. Game 5. I mean, we've just seen Wild Terry take over 2 games in a row now, haven't we? Really, really well played there from Wild Terry. It came from that mistake. Diego trying to just go a bit too far in the top lane. Being 3 levels down, you just can't do that at all. Trying to go in on on an Alawi like that, especially if you uh God, especially if you don't walk away from respective when the R is up. But no, yeah, it's really well played. They just split push to victory there, just completely disrespected it. The TP needed to come in sooner. And
yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, Game 5 Silver Scripts. Do we have the capability to play Silver Scripts?
I don't think we have the rights to that song. Not gonna lie. So I probably shouldn't.
No, they're all copyright free, right?
Right? I don't actually know.
I swear Riot's told us it's copyright free sometime. Oh my goodness, what a game. We are 2-2. We are going into the fifth and final match of the game here. Wow, what an exciting. And it's just like I said all the way back at the beginning of these series, if there's players to keep your eyes on, it's Gosha and it's Terry. And right now, Terry has just taken over this series. He has devoured the last two games. And put his team back on even footing. And that was pretty much a single-handed effort from him, taking all of the top lane towers, all of the bot lane towers, the entirety of the enemy base. Just an absolutely incredible split pushing performance there. And again, Team Dragoons has won a game while down multiple kills. And actually, while in the middle of losing the Dragon Soul, ended the game there. So at this point, you've got to find a way to shut Terry down in the split pushing, because if you don't stop Terry split pushing, he is going to carry this series and he is going to make the reverse sweep. And in the first couple of games, he was put on these champions he was a little less comfortable on. They couldn't split push well, but he was also getting a lot of ganks from Gosha. Gosha was putting the pressure on him, and we did not see it in this game. We did not see the pressure on the Alawi early until it was way too late. And honestly, it's hard to tell when it's too late against the Alawi, because he was just 1-0, and it looks totally fine to run up on him there. But you've got to be really careful when you know the Alawi has that ult. You've got to pick. The way I like to play it against the Alawi is if you can bait the ult out and then walk away, and then you go for another play like maybe 10 seconds later when the ult is down. That's the point where you want to go for the kill, right? But Gosha just went for it, and he got punished for it. And at that point, when the Alawi starts pulling ahead like that, it's going to be harder and harder to punish a pick like that that's split pushing with the hull breaker. The hull breaker, let me just say, that item is nasty.
Yeah,
that item is so strong for splitters.
I have to say, there have to be new approaches to the draft. I think you cannot let Tristana through. They have picked it every single game, and now you can tell it's a really good answer to the Lissandra. If they ban Tristana, you cannot let Lissandra through. I think the fact that that Team Crit are really trying to limit the supportive picks of the enemy jungle, like of Echoes of War, is not really working. He's still going to find supportive jugglers to play. Like, I think banning the Maokai, the Amumu, and the Sejuani is just not working out for them right now, and they really need to start adjusting some of these bans and some of these picks to change this draft, because as of right now, it's clear that it's not working.
Yeah, I mean, I've got to be honest. Gosha he's just put in a better performance than the other jungler every single game. So I'm a bit confused as to why they're still putting any bans on the jungle side of things. Just let him have whatever he wants. Gosha is gonna, you're gonna rely on him to outperform anyway. So let them have whatever they want and ban out these more important picks and coming into this last game. The Tristana, maybe the Ziggs. We could go for an Olaf ban again, but honestly, the problem is that they just haven't shut him down. Honestly,
if they
did shut him down last game.
If they let Tristana through again, I don't know what they're doing. It's clear that it is a champion that DRG wants to play around. They want to. They want to have Tristana. They've first picked it every game they've been on blue side. They've first picked it every game they were on red side. So I think getting rid of the Tristana, I think getting rid of the Tristana is step one here for the side of Team Crit. And meanwhile, on the other side, maybe you can look to get rid of the Lissandra. Maybe you can get rid of the because I don't think.
Yeah, I think
I think
putting I
Osha's gonna
think
have carry jungle picks no matter what. So maybe
right.
don't care about the Graves or those kind of bans.
Yeah, but I think honestly, if they ban Lissandra away from TLCST in this game 5, I think that could really throw a wrench in things. And it might be for both teams, but I think it would throw a wrench in things because we've seen Lissandra picked 4 games in a row now. So put them on something that they're not warmed up on, that maybe that they haven't practiced, or just a different pick, something they haven't been playing all day, right? Just sort of test them and say like, hey, I see the Lissandra, you've done some good things with it. Now let's see what you got on something else, right?
Yeah.
Oh man, but yeah, this is exciting stuff. And this is exactly what I wanted to see from Terry. I did not want to see an Ornn. I didn't want to see some, Kennen, this team fighting nonsense. I wanted to see Terry curb stomp in a solo 1v1 duel. That's what I
And
wanted to see out of Terry.
as soon as you put him on one of these picks, all of a sudden they had a lane to play through. And Terry playing out of his mind in these last 2 games, this is what we expected out of him. Congrats to him.
And
I'm
we're
excited
gonna
to
have
see
to
what he has
see.
for game 5.
Yeah, it all boils down to this game 5, and we are heading straight into the draft to see what these teams are gonna change and what they're gonna keep.
I'm very disappointed to say so far the bans look very, very boring. Okay, so they might actually be angling here for a Tristana ban, actually. Finally, but that just means they get Lissandra now. That is not what DRG. I do not like how DRG has not adapted to a single draft. They kept the same 3 bans every single game. At least TLCST is actually looking to change up some of these picks here.
Yeah, I mean, it is. It kind of feels like Ziggs feels somewhat like the AP Tristan. I know they do different things, but it's similar in the mid game to start shredding those turrets. So it is going to be the Ziggs first band. Yeah, I do like the adaptation banning away the Tristana because realistically with the Maokai band, Sejuani and Moon, they're gonna do similar things anyway, and you're gonna find a champion that can do similar things to them in the mid game. It's gonna be the Zeri picked up here.
It's gonna be Zeri Lissandra right here. I would assume.
Yeah, maybe. I think. I don't know if the mid laner on the side of DRG has any other counters into Lissandra. I don't even. What's good into Lissandra? I'm just looking at the
that might be angling for a Ziggs.
Yeah, I mean, it could be the Ziggs. Ooh, they picked Lulu. They haven't picked Lissandra. Maybe they're just trying to get more concrete information on whether it's a 6 bot before they pick the Lissandra there.
Yeah, it could be.
Counted. I assume that's what's happening. Lulu, she got buffed, didn't she?
Oh boy, what if we to DRG? What if we take Lissandra?
I mean, she is still. I think she's an incredibly strong pick.
Yeah, but that kind of puts you into a double AP situation. I don't think that's what you want. So yeah, there it is. The Amumu picked up here. Okay, I think right now it would be so bad if they pick Lissandra. They have so much magic damage. You just pick an anti-magic tank of some kind, and
yeah, I mean, I'd be inclined to agree somewhat, but I think also forcing the mid laner there on something that's not Lissandra could be a smart play, but it's gonna be the Gallia that's picked up.
They could just be taunting. They could just be like, "Hey, pick Lissandra again."
Ooh.
Oh, Renata Glask.
Yeah,
okay, that is a bit of a different angle here, as Renata coming through as that support pick here for DRG.
Looking, just trying to find what the Lulu buffs were. Just
weren't they mostly buffs to her damage?
Yeah, it's just a bit more damage in the lane. I don't think it's probably going to be also impactful. She's not in the strongest of spots right now. I'd like to see, and there's the Nico picked up.
Okay, so we finally get a different mid laner as Lissandra dropped for the first time this series. Tristana not picked for the first time this series. And we are getting Nico. I'm assuming in the mid lane. I guess could still be flexed to jungle, and they still can pick Lissandra. but I'm assuming that'll be Nico here for Albino Bear.
You'd expect it to be Nico in the mid lane. I don't know what jungle you pick up here, whether you feel like going back towards the Viego. Do you ban away Alawi here as well, I wonder?
You have to ban out one of these carry champions that Terry can pilot, but at the same time, I'm assuming we'll run into a similar problem that the enemy that DRG has with Gosha, is that he has so many picks that he could potentially grab here that banning him really, what does that accomplish?
Yeah, I mean, I guess, I mean, they can get counter into the Alawi, so they can just pick their jungler here, which is what I expect from them. And then, like, if they pick the Alawi, you can pick something like the Mordekaiser. I know that's an incredibly strong matchup, and Mordekaiser is not the most difficult champion to pilot. So you could do something like that, go towards whatever champion you like. But they do have the counter pick there. It's gonna be the Cars expand away. Give me something spicy. Give me the something spicy in the jungle there. It could be the Nico jungle. They could pick Lissandra.
It could be Nico jungle. I don't assume it would be. I think Nico is just a much better pick in the mid lane. That roam potential with the minion that you don't show up on the map is insane. Someone in chat was suggesting maybe a Nocturne or something could come through. So
yeah, I mean, I know Nocturne is a champion that the jungler on TLCST likes, but it's going to be the Wukong.
But it's going to be the Wukong, one of my favorite junglers, but he has not been meta for the longest time. So I actually have sort of dropped him lately in my champion pool. But still,
I mean,
very impactful wombo combo here on this team with the Nico, with the Wukong. So definitely excited for that.
I mean, it's technically a bit of a flex. He did get a few laning buffs in this recent patch. Not sure. I would assume that the top laner on TLCST is not going to be the most practiced on Wukong.
That is the exact kind of pick I want out of Terry, by the way.
Yeah, Jax picks up that.
That is, I think, an
split push, has the solo kill pressure of great team fighter as well.
That is an excellent pickup here for Terry on the Jax. I'm excited to see how he pilots that. I think we have potentially an AD mid laner coming through or an AD carry. But I feel like the Ziggs Renata would actually be a really good poke lane. So I think, okay, no, never mind. We'll be throwing Ziggs towards the mid lane, and Xayah will be the last pickup here for DRG.
I mean, I want to see Gragas picked up here. If I were to make a prediction, I would assume that's what it would be. Because Gragas is good into Drax.
Yeah, but like I said, I feel like Gragas is really falling off in lane. And no, they're just gonna opt in for the Ornn once again.
I'm not sure I like Ornn, to be honest. I think he gets beaten just a bit too hard in this matchup. And I think he does in the last matchup as well, but you have this counter pick, you had it saved for the top lane. I think maybe you wanna get something that can truly go neutral, because obviously you're not gonna try to like beat him, you're not gonna try slam him into the ground to pick like a Darius, pick an ego matchup, anything like that. But maybe, I don't know. I'm not a massive fan of the Ornn pickup here.
Yeah, we saw him struggle on the Ornn in the last game a little bit. Obviously into the Alawi is a bit of a tough matchup, but I think once Jax, manages to pick up that Divine Sunder, I feel like Ornn will struggle yet again, especially when trying to guard against that split push. Because right now, I don't really see a pick on TLCST that could really stop the split push of a Terry Jax.
Yeah, no, I mean, unless he gets far behind, and that's really what it's going to come down to. I don't think the Wukong is also the best jungler to try impact. He doesn't really have the well, he can gank pre-6, but he doesn't have that true impact. You want something that could kill this Jax and punish it too hard. So I think I really like the comp on the side of DRG, especially because it's a comp that's engaging into a Xayah as well. Xayah, I think, is just going to run free this game. I think it's an amazing pickup. I think it wins lane. I think it's incredibly safe. It can get out of the Wukong engage. And honestly, I think I just really prefer DRG's comp this game. Maybe that's recency bias preferring them this game, but I don't know. I really prefer their comp.
I really like the pick for Terry. Like I said, it's been the success for them so far. Having Terry draw that pressure, try to turn these 1v2s. Jax, if he can get ahead, who can stop him? Like, it's going to be the exact
Yeah.
same thing as last time. Terry will just wreak havoc on the enemy team, and no one will be able to put a stop to it. So I think this is a very good pick. Hopefully, the rest of the team will be able to play safe enough. Ubis on that very safe 80 carry pick on the Zaya, self peel, especially when you pair that up with a Renata. Just it'll be very, very difficult for really anyone to die on this team. So I really like their pick as well. But if you look at the other side, the Wombo combo is insane. If you look at the Ornn, if you look at the Wukong, you look at the Nico, I think that if they are able to layer their CC effectively, they could take out the entirety of the enemy team in one fell swoop. So I think, playing for that split push in the Terry is going to be the key to success for Dragoons.
Yeah, and I also just think with that one-more combo, Zaya should just be able to survive all of it, especially with Renata Glasso as well, because they're running into Renata Zaya. I just think this game is so difficult to play for the side of Team Crit. But if they find their one-more combo and they manage to land it in that situation, it'll be interesting. That's all I can really say. I have preference towards Team Dragoons, but do you have anything to say before we go on to break?
I think the momentum will really begin to carry Dragoons if TLCST want to, to clinch their championship here. They really need to, what's the phrase? Hit the ball early. No, that can't be right. But get the ball rolling. That's what I was looking for. They really need to impact the early game in a very effective way. So the Wukong will, even though he's not the best early game ganker, will still have to try and look for these opportunities. Look for the Zaya pushing up before she hits 6 in order to take advantage of that. Really start to look for these opportunities, because right now momentum is completely on the side of Dragoons. They've won 2 in a row. They're on the verge of reverse sweeping their opponents in a championship series. I think that they're really going to have to turn this around if they want a chance in this game. So Dragoons on the front foot here, I think, going into this Game 5 match. We will be right back for the final match. Welcome to Silver Scrapes between these two teams. The finals of Draft League coming up next. Don't go anywhere. The stage is set. We have game 5 action. The first seed, Team Crit, coming in, expecting to 3-0, going up 2-0 in the series until the 5th seed, Dragoons, are now on the precipice of reverse sweeping the favorites. This is the final match. The stage is set. The game is underway. How do you feel, Zyduk, going into game 5?
It's been a classic, a Friday draft league banger, going all the way. I wouldn't have it any other way for this wonderful league.
All right, Crit already wants a bit of the action. Lethal Lime, actually, you're dropping dangerously low, my friend. And Crit now actually finding themselves in a really bad situation. Flashes forward, finds Lethal Lime. The shield keeps him alive a little bit longer, but first blood going over to Crit, but will likely cost his life. Echoes of War now also will follow suit, so it's a 2-for-1 early on, going over to the side of TLCST.
Was it a game that I casted with you where a team tried to invade and then they lost all 5 of their members?
Lost all 5, yeah, I was there. Yeah, I remember that.
Okay. Because I just for a split second, when that Amumu was getting really low, I got really nervous that Zeri wasn't going to die and she was going to pick up 5 kills and the game was going to be lost on the spot. But it didn't happen, fortunately.
Yeah. Still, overall, a gold lead going over to TLCST, so definitely a good start to the game for them so far. But could have been much worse. You're right.
Could have been, yeah. Could have been.
And one of those kills did go into the Lulu, so not the most influential person to get that gold lead. And Fangus already getting chunked early on by Wild Terry. Is finally we see Wild Terry coming online in this series. Definitely a bit of a slow start for him, but we're definitely seeing some MVP candidate performance here.
Yeah, very much so. I think we're gonna see Wine of Sunbear perform a little better. I think Nico has the advantage in this matchup. She just has like more raw stats. She has just better early game if she's landing them. If she's landing the roots anyway, like this.
Yeah, Swogi.
Actually, she's losing the trade.
Oh, and the flash! Ziggs coming up clutch early on with these bombs, forcing the flash out of Albino Sunbear, and now has to be very, very careful. And now Gosha, hey, you don't belong here. You're not a jungler, but a Wild Terry has appeared.
Oh my god, wait,
Jax isn't jungling.
Oh my god, wait, so... yeah, I mean, I guess well played. Knew that would be on the... Oh my god, he's coming mid lane. There's no flash.
That's how ganks work. Why would you let the jungler do it when you can just have your top laner just wreak havoc on the map?
Moon was just having fun clearing his red buff as his top laner ganks for him.
Have you ever seen that meme where it's like, what? Oh my god, Wild Terry, what are you doing? Let the poor man live! Let him live! Oh, Gosha does manage to pop the decoy and make his escape, but Wild Terry is just having the time of his life up here at top lane. But what I was going to say is, have you ever seen that meme where it's like the just play safe when like the mid laner gets dove by like 4 people and like the jungler's just like singing as he's like taking his scrubs or something?
Singing payphone, yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, he's singing payphone, and like that's kind of the Echoes of War vibe right now. Just Terry's kind of doing all the work. He's just clearing his buff, like just singing to himself, not even looking at the mini map. Like that's kind of the vibe I was getting there.
No, this is Wild Terry is just he's like won the jungle pretty much. Gosha is having to come back to his red buff now. He's going to be on vision as well. They're going to have exact knowledge of where he is. He's not going to be able to get too much done. But yeah, just forcing him off at that red buff. He's at 12 CS at 4 minutes and a half. which is quite devastating. 16 now, only picking up those 3 bot side camps because and he didn't get anything done on the map. Normally when you see someone fall this far behind, they're making a play bot lane, they're picking up a couple kills. But not this time, it's just Wild Terry getting such a massive lead in the top lane and just being able to force out the Yawn. Toe picked up now as well from Wild Terry. He's just gonna scale into oblivion this game.
Yeah, and like we said, we want to see Wild Terry, you know, on these sorts of picks where you can make these sort of plays. You really think Ornn could have done that, you know,
No.
walking into the enemy jungle at like minute 3 and not been completely sandwiched by the enemy team? But here we go. Now we find the Gosha looking for a bit of revenge. Wild Terry does still have the flash if he needs to get away. Gosha used the dash forward, and now the flashes each used by the top laners Fangus. The final crushing blow does not land a kill from Gosha, so a double. A flash was not used by Gosha. My apologies, but Fangus and Wild Terry each will use their own.
Yeah. Just try and get that Brittle Breath auto onto the Jax Fair. If that landed, it would have been a kill guaranteed. But well played using the ward hop away as extra mobility there from Wild Terry. I don't know if he kept his ward up for that on purpose, but will lead to will lead to surviving that gank there. Now this Wukong is just falling incredibly far behind. This the Amumu has a CS lead once again. Well played there from Echoes of War. Just taking advantage of this this massive lead his top lane has gained for him. Just picking up these camps, just staying ahead of the curve, picking up that bomb he said is going to clear even faster now. And now he can start to use this advantage to make plays, because when you have this much tempo in jungle, you're always going to be first to the play. Right, unless the enemy jungler decides to skip camps and fall further behind, you're gonna be stronger in the duels. You're gonna be first to the play because you're gonna have more stats to clear faster, and that's what it comes down to. He's gonna use this, and now, just Wukong is looking to secure this bot crab. Nothing too much is gonna happen.
Yeah, I think getting the dragon might be a bit of a risky play here. I always find that first dragons are a bit of an int play. Just so much can go wrong for so little rewards. So I don't think they're gonna opt in for the dragon just yet. Just looking to secure that scuttle crab and fall back to his own camps.
Yeah, I'm sure Wild Terror is screaming top lane, trying to dive this on right now, but that's what I'll be doing as Wild Terror anyway. I just can clear out the
dive a full health Ornn.
But no, yeah, but it's like a full health Ornn, but it's level up, big wave crashing. I would.
Fair
At least
enough.
force him to recall. I mean,
Doesn't look
maybe
like
I'm
that
wrong.
is the play, as we can see Echoes of War still just hanging out in their own jungle. Meanwhile, in mid lane, Swiggity does manage to get a decent chunk onto Albino Sunbear, as the waves will even up in the mid lane.
yep, some trading happening in this bot lane. Zeri is just managing to garner this natural lead, but we do need to see her do something. We do need to see her do something with it in these fights. Especially with this, I think maybe she is going to be able to do a little bit more with this Lulu now than what was the support last game? It was the Taric.
I believe
no,
it was
I liked the Taric last game.
It was Taric, yeah.
I don't think that last game was Zeri's fault. She did try. It's just that Alawi got 2 months especially ahead and just ended the game herself. So I don't really think. I think last game was a bit of an anomaly in this bot lane. Well, no, it is going to be this dragon picked up with this lead gun in the bot lane. Zeri's going to be able to keep up this shove. Mid lane's going to be quite equal. They can move at any point, and it is going to be the Rift picked up on the other side for a moment there.
Yeah, just an early trade of objectives. Just not really too surprising. I honestly think Rift Herald is a lot more valuable at this stage of the game. While Terry taking a few extra tower shots that he did not need to take, and the Ornn horn is coming out. Wild Terry, you may have been not more than you could chew here, my friend. The Ornn brittle passive will stop Terry in mid hop, and the finally looks like the stun might come through and save his life. Bangus and the brittle, the hot stinky breath of Ornn will be enough to take out the Jax, and that is a solo kill going over to Fangus in the top lane.
Yeah, Wild Terror just major disrespect there. I don't think there was ever a need to pop the counter strike there to activate that counter ability, but it did it nonetheless. It's gonna tank a few tower shots and unfortunately gonna fall. I don't think it's gonna mean all too much. Just gonna be able to TP back to lane. But it is 300 gold over to the Ornn. It's quite nice. He's just going to build that in lane. I think he actually probably wanted to recall instead of building an item there. But not too sure. Maybe he wants to stay around, see if he can contest some caps. No, he's gonna. He's gonna recall that.
It doesn't make a lot of sense to recall now. Yeah, okay. I didn't think he would.
No, I think he probably wanted to recall as he was building the item, but I think sometimes on Ornn you do just get a little too excited, like, I don't have to base, and you look at your resource bar and you're like, oh god, I've got 10 mana. Can be a bit of a problem, but is going to get the mana from leveling up, going to be able to clear this wave out. Not too bad. For the Ornn, they're going to pick up this wave. Jax is looking to do something similar. Oh my god, that control is actually going to be quite devastating.
Deep ward if they're not able to find it, but
because you don't walk in that bush, do you? Like, it's not normal to walk in that bush, so I think that's a really good control ward to be placed actually.
We'll see. We'll see how long it lasts.
It's just the one control ward that could. Yeah, I think. Yeah, that would allow the Jax a moment to collapse under Wukong there. As Wukong is going to walk in, seeing if he can do any invading of his own. He is falling a bit far behind. The movie has been walking in and just taking some of his camps as well. Taking some of the Wukong's camps, I should clarify.
Okay, but here we go. Wukong is actually invading onto the buff. Was he? Yet he was able to take it away from Echoes of War, so that is a little bit of a sad moment here for the saddest boy in League of Legends, but overall, still ahead in CS on this Amumu, but about a 500 gold lead for TLCST right now.
Yeah, it's all in that bot line. There's a massive lead in the bot line. Oh my god, wait, it's like 1.5k. Okay.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Makes up the gold lead in the top lane of the Joker there.
But yeah, Crit doing a lot better. Obviously struggling in those first few games, but I feel like in these past couple he's really started to put on that lane kingdom in the bottom lane, which is good because that was perhaps a bit of a point of contention. But here we go. Now Ziggs finds himself in a heap of trouble, and when I say heap of trouble, I mean no trouble at all, and he's just able to walk away.
Yeah, I mean, Crit is a person who we expect to do really well. They did really well when we were watching their game last week, and they are one of the higher ranked players in the lobby. But yeah, they did get a bit destroyed in lane in those first few games against that Tristana. They did normally manage to make up for it in the mid game, and in those first few games they managed to turn it somewhat around as a Mumu comes in.
Yeah, it looks like we had a bit of a skirmish there in the mid lane, but no kills were given either way. Finally, I think we will, for the first time this game, we may have a Herald charge, as it will likely not be taken out before it is able to get that damage off. There it is, a little bit extra gold going into the pocket of DRG.
So it was game 3. The Herald did have quite a bit of impact. Cracking open that tier 2-1 turret.
Yeah, I think it was game 2 where DRG they got both Heralds, and neither time it charged. It died before it would get a charge off both times. So, still. No, go ahead.
One thing to notice is that this Hextech Dragon is spawning in 20 seconds, and I think it is something that both teams want to consider. They want to be aware of it. This Wukong could just wrap down, skip his top side camps if he wants to, because he has Zeri up tempo with this BS order. Is going to manage to crash this wave. I wouldn't mind if he wrapped back round, took this dragon. As there's a bit of training in the top lane. No, he's going to be kiting towards his round.
Yeah, Fangus. You are still into a Jax who does already have that Divine Sunder. Is also going to be able to pop that Cull here pretty soon. So definitely I'm expecting a bit of a gold swing in the direction of that Jax in that top lane matchup. Or hopefully he's going to be able to push that advantage to the fullest. But we will have to see how that goes. Meanwhile, in bot lane, Crit still putting on the pressure here. Dragon is spawned, so I'm expecting this to go over to the side of TLCST because of that advantage that they have in the bot lane so far. But so far they have not made any move towards it.
I mean, I think with this massive bot lead, you do want to take this jungle early. Wukong is going to base. He has picked up his Divine Sword right now. It's a massive spike for the Wukong. It really helps him with dueling, as maybe there's a bit of overstaying happening here in the bot lane.
Yeah, but maybe they could turn it around. Ubis is insanely low, but here we go. The bandage toss does land onto Crit. The edge of the ult will be enough to tag him, but he does have that cleanse, and he's going to be able to turn this around. The Nico is there. Down goes a Moo, and you will be soon joined by your brother in arms in the Renata, or sister, I should say. My apologies. And down they will go. The counter gank is there, and the kill's going over to TLCST.
Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah. Bit scary,
Okay,
I saw.
Playing with fire a little bit there, but here we go in the top lane. Wild Terry says, hey, my team might be losing, but I am still the main carry. Will solo kill his opponent under his own tower.
Yeah, it's just gonna pick that one up. It's with that, like, this Jax has a lot of burst damage in, like, with the, like, if he procs his counter strike, then RWs. He just has a lot of damage because of in that Jax mini rework when they changed his ultimates, and now he does a little whoop and whips his lamppost around, dealing a bit of the magic damage, and it massively increases like his burst in his combo, and it's just surprising. And I think Fangus didn't quite respect that on the dive. So yeah, a bit unfortunate there.
Yeah, but I mean, imagine if he had a real weapon. Oh, and finally, that control ward will go down. So it actually did stay in the game for quite a while, but is finally discovered.
Yeah. And whatever Drake says, imagine if I had a real weapon. He just pulls up. He just has like he just has like an AR-15, and he just goes.
That is a real weapon in League of Legends. So yeah, Wild Jax finally decides, hey, I've had enough of this, and decides, okay, well, we're putting an end to this right now. Game 5, man. It's time to pull out a real weapon. It's right now. And here we go. Looks like they have 3 in the top side. Wild Terry maybe stepping a bit too far. Here comes Gosha. Here comes Lulu. And Wild Terry does have to flash out. Does pop that counter strike, so he will be able to escape, but they do manage to get that summoner spell out of the main carry.
Yeah, this is going to be most likely the second Herald going over to the side of Team Crit with this top lane being shoved in. There's not a lot they could do. They rotated up the support as well. And both AD carries are just catching mid lane. I would know there's no TPs up, so maybe Ziggs is actually going to do a lot of damage to this bot tower. Actually, I think they are going to manage to pick up this Herald, but Ziggs kind of has a solo lane right now. No one's going to be baiting to catch him, as the Rift Herald is going to be placed early in this mid lane, I would expect. Maybe Wukong's a bit cool, actually, as well.
Alright, here we go back in top lane. Fangus now forced to just run away, as Jax once again will just swing his lamppost and chunk a decent amount out of the Forge God. Like, can we imagine the lore here? It's a guy without a real weapon against a literal god, and he's just smacking the hell out of him. So meanwhile, in the mid lane, Rift Herald will take out that mid lane turret. Will he be able to get a no, Shelly? Unfortunately, she will drop. Will not be able to get a second charge off. But overall, very well played, I would say, early on by the side of TLCST. They have been pushing their advantages really, really well. I think Crit has had an amazing laning phase after that slow start to the series. It's kind of been the reverse, I feel. I feel like, Terry had a slow start to the series and now is performing very admirably, and same can be said about Crit. So yeah, both teams have kind of swung in different directions here, as right now it is, you have to say, like, Crit is the person to look out for on the enemy team.
Yeah, I would imagine so. One thing to notice is, like, in all of these games, there have been, like, quite big kill advantages on the side of Team Crit, but the gold lead never gets too out of hand. That's to do with the laning prowess of the solo laners of the side of Dragoons. They've always been performing.
Albino Sunbear just kind of walks into the scariest member on the enemy team. Does pop that ultimate. The flash is there, but guess what? Terry's got hops, and he will follow after and secure another solo kill.
Yeah, he will. Yeah, he will.
Yeah,
I mean,
he will do that.
it's
not
getting a bit
really
late.
much to analyze after that. Just yeah, you got another solo kill. Well done.
Gotta be more gone. I mean, it's getting a bit late. It is currently. Well, I say late. It's pretty much bright outside. It's 5:20 in the morning.
Rough.
Yeah, but you know we're here for the grind. I'm here for the game 5. There's a bit of an invade going in.
If it makes you feel any better, as soon as this is done, I gotta go work for 9 hours. But here we go. Lethal Line is kind of in the wrong spot and will just get blown up. So free pick kind of going back over to the side of TLCST, but right before the dragon spawns. So definitely not ideal here for Team Dragoon.
Yeah, it's this is just going to allow Zeri to walk up here. They're going to have Wukong hovering around. She's just going to be able to clear this mid wave, and that is going to be the third dragon, this Ocean Dragon, most likely going over towards this area. Ocean Dragon is generally quite a big one, especially
Team Crit. I don't think you can really contest this, but I think they're going to try, and I don't like it. Okay, Echoes of War, you walk into a brush that you have no vision on. That is not the play, my friend. You will go down. Crit picking up their third kill of the game, and that is going to be, I believe now, a free dragon going over to the side of TLCST.
Yeah.
That is something you cannot be doing.
I think that's just like a little bit smart. I think quite a few people would have just started hitting that dragon, then it would have been a 50-50, and then we had a way in, way out. I think using your Wukong abilities, with how hard it is to face check into a Wukong, using that to just pick up the move first was smart, even though the dragon was almost guaranteed. I think it's always looking for the safer player smarter there, so yeah, I think it's just well played from them. As this area is now monstrously ahead, and but so is Jax, and Jax does generally have the ability to get on this area in a team fight if he so chooses. But yeah, no, it's just gonna be curious because I still think that team fights are really quite hard to play on the side of Team Crit, especially with the side. But Zeri has got quite monstrously far ahead. She's gonna be quite mobile. She's gonna be able to survive in these fights the same way Xayah is with her ultimate. So both these AD carries are gonna be able to survive the oncoming engages. So I think at this point it is just going to be who is more fed in the situation, and that it's looking like Zeri currently. She's going to be able to get through the get through the health bars of Dragoons quicker than Xayah will be able to do the other way around. So yeah, interesting dynamic here.
Yeah, and we could see, just like last time, they've given up an early soul point, and I feel like Team Dragoon now has to play from the back foot. They did play that very effectively in the last game, but still, just letting your opponents get to this stage, I think, is a huge mistake. So definitely going to be a bit of a rough go here, and we will see how they
disconnect.
yeah, we get the pause. So that is definitely unfortunate. We did get disconnect here, so please stay tuned as we figure that out. Looks like it's already been solved.
Yeah, quick on pause. Must have been just a little disconnect.
Yeah, just a little disconnect, and not like a major disconnect. We're fine.
Well, but like sometimes you have disconnects where it's like where it's like your Wi-Fi just drops out for a second, but then sometimes your power turns off. Here's the quick stutter. It always comes through after the pause. I'm sure you guys know by now.
Yep. Looks like all right. Yeah, the stutter is finished, so I believe we should all be good. I'll just keep a close eye on production, make sure that everything is still flowing smoothly. But for the most part, I believe we are all set. So, back to the game. 3K in the lead right now for TLCST. If you're looking at the side of DRG, how do you navigate now this game state that we have in order to make sure that you guys are down? How do you make sure that this doesn't progress and get even worse for your squad here?
Well, I think you just need
we might have to hold on that as Crit dashes forward. The ult is popped from Ubis, which will keep him alive for a little bit longer. And looks like down the bot lane, Wild Terry wants a big, wants a bit of the Ornn, but will not be able to grab it. So
yeah,
please continue.
I think there's just like a lot of things you need to be careful of, right? We know, as I think they're starting up now, they love this Baron. They need to make sure this Baron doesn't happen, right? If this Baron happens, they're in big trouble. If I speak, I'm in big trouble.
All right, Echoes of War does manage to get the double stun here, but that will not be enough as they mostly will get the damage onto the clone. Echoes of War will drop. Here comes the TP. Wild Terry is here to party. Legendary Banana will fall next. So far, it is a 2 for 3. I am getting a bit of a stutter here, but looks like now we're all... Yeah, now it looks like we're all set. Gosha now has to dash away. Wild Terry is chasing. Gosha will be able to make his escape. No, he will not. The stun lands. Gosha now in very dangerous territory. It is a Jax with a real weapon. Down he goes, and that is 3 for 3. But all 3 of those kills landing onto the most terrifying member of TRG.
Just checking, you didn't say territory, did you? So,
What?
Well, because his name's Terry, and he said it sounded like you said territory.
I did not say Did I say territory?
I don't know. Just trying to make a little joke.
Well, I have to work territory into the. This is our territory, Wild Terry, he says, and now he actually may have bitten off a bit more than he could chew, as he is dangerously low on mana, and down he will go. Well, I tried. I tried to work the territory angle in, but instead he will drop with 30 seconds left on the dragon. This is actually a very, very detrimental place for Team Dragoon.
Yeah. See, this is the theory that me and someone I play solo queue came up with. If as long as it's not a challenger lobby.
Oh,
there is.
That is a very dead support, but please continue.
Yeah, very. As long as it's not a challenger lobby, when somebody throws into you, there is a massive inclination to throw right back, and 90% of the time it happens. So we call it the throw into throw, and it just happens every single time. So as we saw there, they kind of have a little bit of a Baron throw. But of course, these guys aren't challenger players, so they just felt really bad, and they wanted to throw the lead right back. So that's what they did. Overstaying there in that jungle with the Jax. Unfortunate, and now there's more pings towards Baron. Oh, we've got another Baron dance.
Okay, Echoes of War will land the stun onto Albino Sunbear, who will land the stun right back. Echoes of War now is a decently chunked, but Albino Sunbear will just brush that off with the Ocean Soul. This is one of the most powerful souls in the game, and there's no healing cut so far on the side of DRG. They will have to start building that here pretty soon.
Mm-hmm. I just want the exact numbers and what Ocean Star does. I can't quite build them up. But, you know, Ocean Star very strong, very impactful. The Dragon's very impactful as well. Just a lot of stats being given over to the side of Team Crit here, as they're now posturing around this Dragon. They have the ability to farm their placing controls. They're getting some vision around. Jax doesn't have TP up for another what must be 15 seconds. So if they can burst this damage.
Okay, no, here comes the TP from Jax. No, yeah. But the Baron is picked up. It's a Quadra Rampage. Will that be enough to salvage the team fight? Gosha now trying to get the Cyclone off. He does land on the multiple targets, but already Albino Sunbear is out of the fight. Echoes of War dangerously low. Zeri will chase. Zeri will kill, and almost the entirety of the enemy team has been completely chunked out. The Baron going over to TLCST and maybe the game as well.
Yeah, they're now marching down into this mid lane. Gonna start to hit this turret here. Yeah, with this Baron up minions, there's not a lot they can do. It's only the Jax and the Renata Glass Cup for another 17 seconds until the Amumu responded. This is going to be the inhibitor. I'm not sure if
inhibitor at least. Will they push it for anything more? It doesn't look like they will. No. So
I think just a bit cutting it a bit too close. Even though Jax doesn't have the best wave clear, he could just have the ability to like flash on Zeri, and then this lead would be thrown right back. They are pushing it. This is great. I think this is really smart, pushing it into another tier 2 as well. Just getting more gold, just getting as much as they can out of this Baron. Now there's almost all of the Ornn items completed as well. And I think they're just so strong. Have they overstayed just a tad bit here?
I think, yeah, it looks like they're just going to proc.
Nico has TP if you wanted.
The
There's
Shirelias
a nice
is used
juicy
and they're
TP
able to
ward
get away,
there.
but now maybe they want a little bit more action here. Oh my goodness, the W just absolutely destroys Lethal Lives health bar.
Yeah.
Will be able to walk away, but that is a dangerous Zeri right now.
Yeah. Somebody needs to respond to this Nico in the bot lane. I think it's going to be Ziggs walking over towards her. Otherwise, she's going to be in big trouble. Nico does kind of shred through turrets. So, I mean, yeah, this is looking like it's going to be... No, Nico's going to back off. We'll go towards it. She realizes that no one's really going towards her. And Mumu's going to look toward her now, but can't quite solo kill her, I wouldn't think. Just going to get that chunk on her turret, run away. Just trying to maximize everything they can out of this Baron while staying as safe as possible. Now, 7k gold lead.
now decently about 7k gold in the lead, so definitely have their foot on the clutch of this game. Like, they really dictate how the rest of this match will go.
Yep.
Crit now popping that ultimate. The TP is coming through, and Wild Terry now turning, trying to go onto Crit. The ulti misses from Albino Sunbear, but I do not think it will matter because according to my... Oh, never mind! But at the end of the day, there's also the entirety of the enemy team. And I was going to say, according to my mathematics, I believe 5 is greater than 1. And when that happens, it is impossible to survive. A Wild Terry is taken out, and here comes the march of Team Crit.
Yeah, I mean, on some champions like Alawi, she doesn't really like math. She doesn't believe in it. So she thinks 1 is greater than 5. But on the Jax, unfortunately, he listens to
listens to the laws of mathematics.
Laws of maths, yeah. And
all right, here comes the Ornhorn, the final stand for Team Dragoon, and down goes the support, down goes the jungle. The carries will soon follow. Bangus trying to lay down the fire onto the enemy turret, and meanwhile, looks like the flash in from Gosha will try to take out Ubis, will not quite do it, but Crit will come in and clean up the remainder of the enemy team. If you thought a reverse sweep was happening, it is not. Our new champions for the Draft League are TLCST.
Yeah. Team Crit. Okay, wait. Let me just get their name up so I can...
I feel like I have to say their full name, so give me one moment. I would like to extend my congratulations to the legendary Criterical,
I believe.
Criterical Sunrage team. Why did you make it so long?
And there it is. A long and tough series here, and TLCST takes it away. Crit, who we saw struggling early on in some of these games, with a really, really nice performance on the Zeri, just pumping out damage, getting solo picks during that game too. Really, really good stuff from him. They switched it up and picked an enchanter support for this game, and I think that really helped him out in this matchup too. But well played to them. They switched it up a little bit in that last game, and they were able to pull it off. Some smart macro from the team as a whole. All those dragons, came together really nicely, forcing the Baron when Terry was on the other side of the map. Just smart macro choices all around, and that leads them to their win here. And they are the champions of the Friday Draft League.
Yeah. Yeah, it just came off the back of it was a really smart play, right? And it was not going for too much. It was going for like the safer play, and then because that's what they probably had to have been doing all series when they were picking this Zeri. When they're picking this Zeri all series, when they were picking the Vayne, they needed to go for the smarter, for the safer play, and let this scaling come online. And let Crit do the carrying that Crit can really do, and that's what they did that game. I think it was rather fantastic. So yeah, I think we did say earlier in the earlier in the series that they'd be doing a bit of throwing for content. Maybe that's what happens in those in game 3, game 4, but they did manage to pick it up game 5. What was quite a dominant victory, I think we can all say.
Right, and I do think we are going to do some interviewing here I don't see anyone in any voice chats, but it's possible that I
I
just don't
think
have the permissions.
pulling them all in, I think, is the situation.
Oh, we got to interview the entirety of the enemy team.
I mean,
Lucky us.
that's yeah. I mean, I'm
Hold
ready.
on a minute. I think it sounds like we're getting the bot lane here.
I would
Yeah,
think
get
the
them in
bot
here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Man, long stream today, huh? It's been
I'm
4.5
I
hours.
have to go to work after this. I'm not excited for that.
Are we?
Well, I'm just waiting for the interview here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're just pulling them. We're pulling them in here in just a moment. So,
Yeah.
in the
Hopefully.
meantime, League of Legends. Looks like we do have them in here now.
Yeah.
Good, because I was out of content.
Challenge your whole video content. Hi guys.
Hello.
Congratulations.
Hello. Congratulations on your victory, fellas. Very, very well earned. You guys had a very, very dominating performance, and congratulations on being the champions for the Friday Draft League.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh,
Almost
Are we
1
all?
a.m.
Oh, here's the rest of the team.
Everybody.
Everybody's here.
What's going on?
Oh, we did get everybody. Okay, wait, do I have to give that exact same speech again?
No, I'll relay it to them later.
TLDR, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Who panicked when it went 2-2? Who panicked?
None of us. It was ice in the veins.
Okay.
We knew it was over. You know, it was the 2-0, and then we came back. We were like, we need to give them 2 games to feel good.
Yeah, we needed the content, so appreciate that.
Content. Go to the game 5 there.
I appreciated it. I don't know
right,
if
maybe
I don't
there
know
was
if
no-
the other two guys appreciated it. They've had to talk the whole time, but I had fun watching.
Oh yeah, my throat's like really raw, so I'm gonna let
Oh.
most you guys deal with most of the questioning. But I do have one for you guys here. So I felt like you guys were pretty consistent with your drafts. You know, picking up Lissandra 4 games in a row, and then opting for the Zeri some other time. So like going into that, you know, game 5, you know, obviously no panic, ice in the veins. But what were your guys's, you know, mindsets going into that final draft, thinking, you know, what do we need to change this time in order to make sure that we clinch the victory here?
I think for the final draft, we realized a large portion of their gameplay just revolved around the Ziggs Tristana split pushing with a hull breaker in the top lane. So we figured instead of just playing the Lissandra for a heavy team fight, we could just keep up something with like the Nico to keep up the push in the mid lane, and then we just scale bottom lane with the Lulu Zeri, and we have good team fight just in case with the Ornn Wukong, and it ended up working very well.
No, it worked very well. I think your performance in Game 5 was almost downright perfect. I felt like the opposing team couldn't get anything done, so very well played.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm throwing over to you guys. I need to give my throat a break.
And it's hard to ask questions after a series like that. I mean, that was a whole ton of fun. Going into the series was what was your initial game plan? Just starting out, was it just to sort of shut down the Terry split pushing in the top lane? Did you have a whole bunch of plans going on beyond that, or was it just a simple little like, here's a couple of things that we want to do with our game, and go from there?
Our initial plan was just to ban those 3 junglers because we saw their match history in Risen, and like they only play those 3 junglers, so that's what we wanted to do at the beginning. But after like they just kept playing like Tristana and like just perma pushing mid and like just getting like towers every single game. It was just annoying, so we banned that instead.
Mm-hmm.
And the what was it? What was that top laner we banned?
It was the Olaf.
Oh yeah,
Olaf.
the Olaf.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
that
the
was
Olaf was kind of shitting on her like fucking CC comps. So wait, is this family friendly?
It is. So.
Yeah, I think it's supposed to be, yeah, but it's fine.
So you guys are banned now. The championship is nullified.
but
but
my bad.
but no, it totally
chill.
makes sense.
Yeah.
Zydok, it's your turn to ask a
Do
question.
you guys have any internal MVPs who you thought really stepped up this series, or?
I don't know. I mean,
I think
we all
Wanna
played.
Sunbear
check out?
really performed really well.
Yeah.
What was that, sorry?
I think Sunbear
Yeah,
for me at
Sunbear,
least.
Yeah. Especially on
I
the
think
Sandra and I's first few games, yeah.
I think everyone on this team stepped up in their own way. Even there's a person that had to drop out in the playoffs on our team, our original top laner, and I swear to God, we have the two best top laners in the league in our team at some point.
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah, we're
Yeah.
just we just have the two greatest Ornn players in the world. It's just a sign.
It really is.
Felt different.
Yeah, but I think everyone on the team played really well. I think obviously Crit and Ghost are the two shining stars. They're the two main carries in our team, but obviously, there's only so much they can do without being surrounded by like a good support, a good top laner, and then me trying to help them as much as I can from the mid lane. So it was a collaborative team effort.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. And I want to say, I did see you, Albino Sunbear. I saw you making a lot of map rotations in that game 1 and game 2 on the Lissandra. Before they started figuring out like the Tristana and the Ziggs and all that, you were making moves, and that I think led to a couple of those early wins being a lot easier for you guys. Um, but yeah, are you guys planning to stick together and play again for
That's
the next
not
season of
quite
draft?
how the league works. But
Is that not how it works? I'm
It's
sorry,
not.
I'm out of the loop.
They redraft.
Oh, it's called draft league because they draft. I'm so
Yeah.
sorry.
But
It's been a
We
long.
could. I would love. Yeah, we could. I
you
would
guys
love
can
that.
stick together as friends, though. You can be a flex team from here on out. But
we're planning on bringing it to Divine next season.
fair
Yes, sir.
enough. But I have one last question here for you guys. At least for me, why did you guys have such a high priority on Lissandra? Like, what do you think that Lissandra brought to the team that was more prioritized than any other champion in the game?
Speaking from personal experience, I think Lissandra's just one of the better mids right now. In general, she's not really countered by too much. The only thing she's really hard countered by, I'd say, is poke stuff. Like mainly the Xerath. The Ziggs can be kind of annoying, but it's not too bad. And it just fits kind of perfectly with what we want to do. Usually, I'm on some kind of playmaking engaged mid laner with CC, the Nico, the Lissandra being the two primary ones with the Annie. So it just kind of fits really well with their team, and I can get perma-shove mid to help our jungler invade. I can make sure that our AD carry doesn't die, and then I can hard engage fights as well. So I think it just overall, we didn't need me to be another cook in the kitchen, basically. Like, you don't want to have too many people trying to share resources, so I'm perfectly fine being an enabler instead of trying to be a 1v9 player.
The
No, fair enough. And it was very, very effective, as we could see. It kept coming back and it kept working. So I think that's all the time we have for you guys today. Really do appreciate.
Shout outs. Any shout outs?
Oh yes. Any shout outs for any of you?
I mean, I've already said it, but shout out Killrage, our original top laner. He was with us the entire season. Was just rock in the top lane.
Shout out.
Literally was solo killing people he shouldn't be solo killing.
Yeah, I mean, for a silver player, he was solo killing people on Ornn that I didn't think were possible. But yeah, I mean, just our original top laner, everyone on our team, and then all the people around who supported us and who believed in us winning the whole thing. Couldn't have gotten here without everyone.
Well, I think congratulations are in order for you guys. Well done. Really well played, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we are going to be wrapping things up. This has been the Risen Draft Summer League on Fridays. And that was an interview with the champions for this season, the legendary Criterical sunrage team. I've been asked to do a little quick shout out about signups, draft signups next season, this same tournament. Sounds like they are starting tomorrow. So if you want to join in on this action, make sure you're like in the rank requirements and all that first. But signups are tomorrow. And that is going to be it for us. I have been your host for this season, Willie, and joined by my two casters today, Zazikel and Zyduk. And we're hoping to see you all again next time for the Risen Draft League. I guess the Fall League. So hoping to see you all then. See you guys.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you guys.
Goodbye.
Bye.